Now, Elizabeth Clare Prophet. She is a mystic, writer, lecturer, and spiritual teacher. But first and foremost, she is a messenger for enlightened spiritual beings called Ascended Masters. As a messenger, she is both spokesman and scribe, speaks and writes down the words of the Masters. In this role, she has recorded some of the world's most beautiful and profound spiritual teachings. The vast body of work she has produced includes more than 1,800 messages, or if you wish, dictations, that come through the agency of the Holy Spirit from various ascended masters, archangels, and other advanced spiritual beings. She and her late husband, Mark L. Prophet, have published more than 75 books, wow, on the teachings of the ascended masters. These include the bestsellers Saint Germain on Alchemy, The Human Aura, The Lost Years of Jesus, and The Lost Teachings of Jesus. And I have much more I could read about Elizabeth, but instead I will simply go to her. Elizabeth Clare Prophet, welcome to the program.
Thank you so much for having me.
It is a rare opportunity to be able to interview you at all. You don't do a lot of them, do you?
I haven't done it recently, but I'm going to get back on track.
Back on track, huh?
Right.
I think I would rather have you sort of tell your own story, Elizabeth. In other words, when Elizabeth Clare Prophet, the regular woman, came to be changed.
I had a profound changing experience when I was 4 years old. And this was the beginning of my spiritual life in this incarnation. I was playing in the sand in my sandbox that my father had built for me. It was a beautiful day. It was blue skies and clouds, and my parents had beautiful gardens that we worked together in, and all of a sudden I found that I was no longer in Red Bank, New Jersey, playing in my sandbox, but I was on the Nile River in Egypt.
Egypt? In
Egypt. And there I was, 4 years old, still, but I was in a different life, and I knew I was in a different life. And there were people around me. There was a governess or an attendant, and I was slipping the sand through my fingers, and after I was there for a while and got a hold of where I was and what I was doing, I came back almost on those clouds, back to my play yard, back to my sandbox. And when I collected myself, I ran up to the back door and I called my mother and I said, "This is what has happened to me. Please explain it to me. What did happen to me?" And because I have had a wise mother, she did not deny me. She told me in very simple terms that I had remembered a past life. So that was the beginning of my understanding that I had a mission. 3,300 years before, I had lived in Egypt in that life at the time of Akhenaten. And I recalled it, and I also saw very clearly in Mark Prophet, my late husband, the very same profile of Akhenaten.
Elizabeth, can you recall when you were in Egypt, can you recall a physical form? Can you recall, in other words, was it with the clarity of a conscious experience in the here and now, or was there something different about it?
It was very concrete. It was as simple as sand flowing between your fingers. I was just as real and concrete and physical in my own sense of it, at least. And there was just nothing to it. It was as easy as, it was soul travel when I knew nothing about soul travel and the word hadn't even been coined.
Yes, a lot of talk about it now, soul travel. So that began an obvious change for you.
Well, I then decided, well, I have to find a church. I have to find out about God. I have to find out what Jesus wants me to do because I know I have a mission in this life. And so I went to every church in town, and I found that much of what was being said was like a milksop. It really wasn't getting to the core of inner communion with God as a mystical path, as something we live every day of our lives. And I was finding a Christianity that I knew was not right. I knew in my own heart that Jesus taught the mysteries and that he gave them to the inner circle and then to the wider circle of the other 70, and that somehow world religion today, or Protestantism and Christianity itself, Catholicism, were simply not willing to tell the truth about the message of Jesus Christ, and it became a fire that would burn in me that I could not put out. I had to follow that fire until I would have all the answers.
You are convinced that there is a big missing part of Christianity not told that involves the teachings of reincarnation. Is that about right?
That's absolutely true, that reincarnation was removed in 325 AD in the Council of Nicaea.
I believe that is absolutely correct, yes. And why was it taken out? Was it a fear?
It was a control factor as they recrafted Christianity and stripped out everything that was wonderful about Jesus Christ and the saints. They wound up with the theory of reincarnation that was kind of a leftover. And what happened was they realized that they would never be able to control their followers if they retained reincarnation. So they threw it out. They absolutely threw it out because they wanted people to know that they only had one life, one chance to make it. They'd either go to heaven or hell. And if they had left the people to reincarnation, they can say, well, we won't go to church in this life. We'll go in our next life.
Would also affect the fear of death itself, I suppose. And as you point out, control.
Absolutely control. Constantine thought it would be a good idea to consolidate Christianity, and he was convinced by everyone else that reincarnation could not be left in because then you could not control the people. So their theory was the way you get to heaven is through the church, when in reality what Jesus taught us, we get to heaven through the flame, the eternal flame of God that burns on the altar of our individual hearts.
So you in no way deny Jesus. You simply deny the accuracy of his teachings.
Well,
no, that's wrong. I'm sorry. The way they were passed on.
That's right. And Origen of Alexandria and many very sharp people were not able to undo this. So Nicaea led inevitably to the rejection of reincarnation, since reincarnation goes along with the idea that salvation is a matter of individual effort rather than status in the church.
Elizabeth, what do you consider to be the best evidence for reincarnation? Regressive hypnosis, that sort of thing? What is the best evidence?
I think the best evidence comes to us when God sends an angel to us because we are ready to receive an understanding that we've had a recent past life, and that angel opens that past life to us and says, oh, okay, these are the good things you did in that life, and you've made a lot of progress in your field, et cetera, but these are the other things, the negatives, that are not so good. So the angel comes to warn you, get on the track of love, because love is the fulfilling of the whole law, and move on with your life.
Well, I believe that.
So I think that when we are ready, we don't even need to have hypnotic regression, because God comes and tells us about our mission.
There has been, though, impressive evidence rendered by a lot of studies, done by clinicians with regressive therapy and taking people back into prior lives.
That's true, and I'm sure that a lot of it is accurate, and some of it may not be accurate. But people are trying because people want to know, what is the continuity of life?
It's the biggest question of all.
That's right.
And you're saying there certainly is a continuity of life. Now, I have a whole bunch of questions about reincarnation. Is it an endless process?
No, it's not endless.
It's not endless.
It is not endless. We come to this world, and this world is a schoolroom. We learn our lessons here. We come back again and again because in the course of being here, we may wrong life. We may move against life. We may suddenly decide that we're jealous about something that's happened in our world, and here we are making karma. So on the path of reunion with God, it must be a path of love and a path of the Holy Spirit, and it must be individual to us within the innermost recesses of our being, the secret chamber of the heart.
There are a lot of obvious questions about reincarnation, and I guess they're answered by karma, but I've never fully understood them. For example, it seems as though people in this life, a lot of them, the bad guys, get to live long, luxurious, wealthy lives, and a lot of poor people who are do-gooders seem to suffer, and they are the poor and the starving all over the world. It just sort of doesn't make sense to me.
Well, Paul says, God is not mocked. Whatsoever a man soweth, that shall he also reap. And what we are doing and what we are seeing is we are reaping the good and the bad of our past lives. And we are sowing again, hopefully, for a better harvest. And because we do not see that these power people are themselves have a tremendously heavy karma and that God is dealing with them, then we begin to feel, well, God is unjust. Whereas if you take the poor people in the world who have nothing, they have a certain karma that they are working through also. And we can help them by our love, by sending them food, clothing, and so forth. I mean, we are here to help the poor. And we have to realize that this power elite, a certain part of it, is not even the type of people that most people are on Earth. These are powerful beings that are fallen angels that move on the left side, the left side of the coin, if you will have it.
Oh,
and they come to an end. And that's why John the Baptist went out into the wilderness and called them a generation of vipers. Who hath warned you, to come out here when you have done all these evil wrongs? So John the Baptist was challenging them all the way. But what the children of God have to become is sons of God, and to look for the empowerment of God to ultimately challenge these fallen ones who move in our midst to control the monies of our institutions, of our countries, and do manipulate society.
Is there a war going on now?
There are wars within our members. Like I could have a warring within my member where one part of me is at opposition to another part of me. And then there are threatenings of world war. There are always people on this planet.
No, I meant on a spiritual plane. In other words, you mentioned...
like Armageddon in another dimension?
No, just a very strong present conflict between whatever it is that creates evil now on Earth and our Creator. It seems like there's a war going on, and I sometimes think the dark forces are winning.
Well, the war's been going on a long time. Aliens arrived on planet Earth, according to Zechariah Sitchin, about 500,000 years ago. And there's a certain group of people in this world who will never say die. They will always be engaged in some type of war, and also in the desire to amass wealth and territory.
Mm-hmm.
And that still is in the minds of adversaries in the United States and throughout the world. War is still a business in this world.
Certainly is. I have written a book myself. You've got a brand new book. I wrote a book, and I'll just briefly tell you about it and see if I can get a comment from you. It's called The Quickening, Elizabeth, and I've spent about 13 years in this incarnation of this radio show, and during that time, every day, religiously, I study the news. And I have noticed over the last decade or so that events in every single area of human endeavor, social, political, geophysical, economic, in every endeavor of human activity, events appear to be accelerating at an exponential rate. And I just called it the quickening. It's just a name I gave to it. But it seems to me that we are headed for an event. I am not a prophet, and I don't know what that event would be, but I see us racing toward something at an ever-increasing speed. What might that be?
We move in cycles, so we are at the conclusion of the Piscean age. The cycles are approximately 2,150 years. And, for instance, during the age of Pisces, we have reincarnated again and again. And some of us have sown well and reaped well, and others of us have gotten into all kinds of different practices in the Middle Ages, of witchcraft, black magic, and so forth. What's happening is when you come to the end of an age, there is a recompense. And all of us who have been in the age of Pisces need to balance the karma we made in that age, the good karma and the bad karma. And if we come out on top with more good karma than bad karma, that's good. But many times, because people do not have real spiritual teachers, they don't have guides, they don't have prophets, and the Dark Ages descend, the people do not know the way to go. And so we find ourselves making karma when we should be balancing karma. So the karma of the Piscean age has fallen due, and it is accelerated, and it is coiling down into the physical plane. It started out in the etheric level, then it goes to the mental belt, then it goes to the desire body of the earth, and then it finally hits the earth body itself. And that's when diseases come about, all kinds of wars, all kinds of tornadoes, hurricanes, upheavals, deaths, all kinds of strange things start happening because individual karma is being visited upon each one of us.
Well, that's exactly what I see coming. I've got a kind of a favorite analogy, maybe not a very good one, but I think an accurate one. There was a time in this country when if somebody wanted to rob a little 7-Eleven or a convenience store, they'd go in with a gun and say, "Give me your money." And they'd put it in the bag and back out the door, get in the car, and speed away. Today's robbery seems to include going in with a gun, saying, "Give me your money," and then as an afterthought on the way out, with no regard for life whatsoever, killing the guy behind the counter, then speeding off. In other words, there has been a cheapening of life. It doesn't mean what it once did.
I agree with you, and totally. It's frightening, and I think it starts with mothers going to work. And mothers have to be home with their children. Otherwise, they don't have that nurturing and that sense of reverence for life.
In your view, Elizabeth, is there any turning back, or is our course in this acceleration of events unalterable?
Did you say unalterable?
Alterable, yes. Are we unable to change what is coming, whatever it happens to be?
I think that permanent change comes through the Holy Spirit. And I think we should all be communing with the Holy Spirit. We should know that the Holy Spirit is not just a spirit, but also a very high master who is called the Great Lord, the Mahachohan.
All right. Elizabeth Clare Prophet, hold on. We're at the bottom of the hour, and we will be right back. You might want to stay planted right where you are. My guest is Elizabeth Clare Prophet. She hasn't been doing a lot of interviews, but kind of back on the circuit. She's got a brand new book. Fascinating title. It's called Reincarnation, The Missing Link in Christianity. Dare you read?
You're listening to Art Bell, Somewhere in Time. Tonight featuring a replay of Coast to Coast AM from April 10th, 1997.
It is exactly that. My guest is Elizabeth Clare Prophet, and she'll be right back. Once again, Elizabeth Clare Prophet. Elizabeth?
Hi.
Hi. I would like to deal with a little bit with you with the essence, or what really is on what we call the other side. It's humanity's greatest question. Is there any simple answer to it, or is it a complicated answer? In other words, when we die, what occurs? Where do we go?
I'm very grateful that you brought this question to the fore, because I wanted to talk about suicide.
Good.
Suicide is not an out. And in reality, those who commit suicide find out very quickly that they do not move from where they committed that suicide.
They don't move.
Yes, they do not have the skill of locomotion. They have a soul, but they no longer have a functioning body. They have a mind, but they cannot use the physical body any longer. So the first thing they find out when they commit suicide is that they can't get anywhere. They're stuck. So whereas this group of individuals thought that they were going somewhere or other to a better place, they did not really know the rule or the law of suicide, where I've seen it over and over and over again. The person who commits suicide, his astral body, the part of him that is not physical, simply gets stuck there. So what I see happening in this house as this event unfolds and takes place is that these individuals woke up to the fact, after they committed suicide, that they have gotten nowhere, zilch. They're not going anywhere. So now, as they have discovered that suicide is not the answer, they're engaged in arguing, fighting with each other. They're not touching each other, but they are reaching a level of being absolutely furious because they've been duped, and now they can't get back into their bodies. I don't believe in Kevorkian or anybody else's reasons for suicide. I think it's really playing with life and death. So what we have here is a group of souls who are stuck.
They don't reincarnate?
I'm talking about these individuals in the mansion.
Yeah,
in
Los Angeles, right. That's what I'm saying. They're literally, their spirit or their soul. And by the way, may I ask, is the spirit and the soul the same thing?
No, not really. If you take soul with a lowercase s, you find out that the soul that is within us, and it is attached to the solar plexus chakra. Actually, it's attached to the seat of the soul chakra just below the solar plexus. That is the place where the soul resides in our bodies. And that soul does not have immortality until that soul becomes the bride of her holy Christ self, who is at a much higher plane. So as long as the soul does not have immortality because she has not balanced her karma, she is vulnerable to going through death. So what we want to do, what is our responsibility as people, is to protect our soul and to elevate that soul until that soul becomes the bride of Christ within us. Then we make the step from our mortality to our immortality. I don't know if you've heard of the Blessed Mother of our Lord, but she has counseled us to pray unceasingly for souls who will die unless they come into union with God before the end of this life. And that's part of the being at the end of the age of Pisces.
Can a Buddhist achieve that?
Anyone can achieve union with God. Anyone can nurture the soul so that the soul then becomes a part of the reality of ourselves. Our highest reality is the I am that I am, the manifestation of God as Moses taught us. And then comes the mediator between that God and our lower self, and that mediator is the Holy Christ self. And each one of us has a Holy Christ self, and sometimes we call that person our guardian angel. But the Holy Christ self is our mentor and teacher, and he stays with us lifetime after lifetime after lifetime. And when we walk and talk with him and commune with him, he teaches us profound truths. But if we're not listening, because we have too much noise all around ourselves,
yes,
then we don't hear what the angels are saying to us from inner planes and from the heaven world.
Well, we have a lot of noise going on in this world of ours today. You believe there are many planes of existence, etheric, astral, mental.
But many divisions of those planes, according to what people have done in their previous lives.
So many divisions.
Many divisions, yes. The very high levels of the heaven world are in the planes of nirvana and beyond.
I interviewed the late Robert Monroe before he died. Have you read his writings? And
no, I haven't.
You have not?
No.
He talked about the various planes as well, and I was just wondering if you would, but apparently not.
I should get a hold of that book. But getting back to these individuals in this mansion,
yes,
loved ones should pray for them that their souls be taken out of that mansion and to a plane of existence where they can understand where they went wrong and why suicide is never acceptable in the sight of God. They need a lot of prayers. Otherwise, they're going to be stuck right where they are.
Elizabeth, when, say, these 39, actually in America, in the last year we had stats for it, 1995, 30,800 people committed suicide. Now, there are a lot of records of hauntings and spirits seen or heard or felt or poltergeist, or there's a million names for them. Are these beings that, for the reasons we're talking about now, are stuck here in effect?
The soul of the deceased is stuck where, what is the saying that goes? Wherever we are, that's where we lie. You know, in a conclusion, after a fashion.
So a kind of...
What we're saying here is the soul is sealed in the seat of the soul chakra, and that soul must move to gain her immortality. These individuals need to have their loved ones and all of us pray for them to get out of this level where they are stuck and into a realm of the heaven world where they can learn what went wrong, why it went wrong, and how not to do it again the next time you have an opportunity to once again be born through a mother and have life again.
When you received news of the cult suicide at Rancho Santa Fe, how did you react?
I felt tremendously aghast because I've seen this happen so many times where people think suicide is an out. And it came to me as just another excuse, another reason not to face life and face its challenges. And if I could only get that one message to people that if you commit suicide, you are going nowhere. And it may take you a long time before you find another mother to bring you into this world so that you can fulfill your reason for being.
So, in other words, you've got to play your hand out all the way, wherever it leads, however it goes.
Absolutely. I mean, that's the joy of life. We don't know what's coming around the bend. It could be pain, sorrow, and it could be followed by a tremendous victory. At any time we would cut off our life, we might lose the best of it.
You have, in Montana, Elizabeth, built... what do you have there? What do you say you have there? Is it a ranch? Is it a place where people simply gather to hear your message?
We have a community, which is the community of the Holy Spirit, and we produce our publications and our teachings. We have a center where we nourish our churches throughout the world.
Mm-hmm.
We're located all over the world, and we publish our books, We nurture those who are in our centers around the world, and it's an ongoing mission to bring the lost teachings of Jesus Christ into the Aquarian age and to learn from Saint Germain, the hierarch of the Aquarian age, how to use the violet flame to transmute our karma.
When does the Aquarian age begin?
Well, you know, ages seem to crisscross. It seems like the Piscean age has been coming for the last 400 years. It gets stronger and stronger and stronger. And overlapping it is the Aquarian age that is also coming in, but has had its beginnings earlier. So there is that overlapping when Pisces and Aquarius move together, and then finally Pisces is concluded, and we really feel the winds of Aquarius for what they are.
So we're in that period of change now?
Yes, we're in that transition right now.
How long will that last?
Well, the age of Aquarius will be that 2,150-year period, just as Pisces had that same figure. And so we are entering Aquarius. Much of what is happening right now is Aquarian in nature, such as technology, such as computers, such as all kinds of advancements in medicine. Everywhere you look, fantastic leaps are taking place, and people are moving on to a tremendous ability in technology which goes along with the age of Aquarius.
Well, we certainly are moving rapidly.
Yes, we are.
And I sometimes wonder if not too rapidly. For example, the recent news that it at least is possible, they think, to clone a human being.
Oh, yes.
I'm not sure that we're prepared for the moral and ethical and spiritual questions that we're going to have to struggle with to be able to do this right now, are we?
Well, my take on this is you can create a body as a clone, but you cannot create a soul. Only God can create a soul. Only God can endow you with a spark of eternal life. So then, if you clone someone and there's no conscience, there's no inner threefold flame, there's no inner Holy Spirit, then who, pray tell, is this clone? Can a clone replicate everything we've done in this life, a past life, all preceding lifetimes?
Boy, I don't know.
Well, that's the big question. Or is this some kind of a blank piece of paper that we, like a cutout, you know, we cut around the edges and then we come up with a picture of a man?
So you're concerned that might be a soulless being?
Absolutely. I mean, who's going to create a soul for that body? Where's that soul going to come from? It's not going to come from nowhere. It might as well be an animal. It might as well be some kind of a human animal.
Well, then, and perhaps it would be. Until we do it, I guess we will not know. Then, what about the process of reincarnation itself? The age-old question that I might as well ask you. There are consistently more people on Earth, and more people on Earth, and more people on Earth. And the obvious question is, where are all these souls coming from? Previous incarnations, or what is the answer to that one?
The answer is that over many thousands of years, even 10,000s of years, people have continued to reincarnate on Earth. They haven't had the world teachers, the great mentors, so they don't know how to get out of this human existence, so they make karma. We all make karma unless we're very fastidious about it. We have to keep our harmony. We have to love God, love one another. I mean, attaining union with God is a challenge. And so here we are with many, many people being born, and then many, many people who don't attain union with God. So now there's this weight on planet Earth of people who should have gone on in their evolutionary chain, who have not gone on because they have not passed the certain tests they should have passed in entering into or merging their soul with their holy Christ self and ultimately becoming one with God and never returning again in this physical octave.
All right, well, that then brings up another question. You know, there are a lot of young people today. There are so many things going on that are, for me, indecipherable. For example, little children killing other children, dropping them out of windows, shooting other children without a thought to life. Very blank-eyed, you would almost say when you look at them, soulless children. Is that going on Earth today? Are there people walking around who, as we understand it, literally don't have souls?
Well, the soul, as we've discussed, is mortal and therefore can be terminated. Then you have these individuals such as children, but these children have reincarnated. The question is, what is their background? How can a child of 6 or 7 or 8 kill another child or a baby? We have to look at that person's past life. What was he doing yesterday and before he was born? Mm-hmm. How was he mistreated? Mm-hmm. Who moved against him that made him cry out against society and therefore commit a crime against a child?
So therefore, if we see societal conditions degenerating at a pretty fast pace, what does that say about future incarnations and karma? Is there hope that it's going to get better, or will it continue to deteriorate?
See, this is what Christianity has done, and it really is evil, because Christianity says that you can sin, go to the altar, confess your sin, and be forgiven.
Right.
And that's it.
Right.
Now, this is a grave disservice. People have bought it, and so they say, well, I'll just go and confess, or maybe I won't even confess at all. I'll just take life at will anytime, anywhere I please.
Well, it's kind of like a Fat Tuesday, I guess, huh? Where you can go out and sin to your heart's delight, and then you've got to get real religious for a while, and it's apparently forgiven. Or sin on Saturday and confess on Sunday. I have always had a hard time buying that concept. Once you've committed something wrong, it seems to me expressing sorrow over that doesn't change it in the end, does it?
No, but we have a record of what happened, and Saint Germain has come to our rescue with his gift of the violet flame. And the violet flame of the Holy Spirit is actually an energy that transmutes our wrongs so that we don't have to keep carrying them. So what I'm going to be teaching this coming weekend is how to use mantras, how to use dynamic decrees to call forth the violet flame to transmute errors that you have made. I think all of us have known a moment in our lives when we were very unkind to someone.
You
we
bet.
were angry, we got upset, we look back on ourselves and we say to ourselves, how could I have done this to this person?
Exactly.
And so along comes the Holy Spirit and dynamic decrees which we give, which in the science of the spoken word, we give mantras, and we call for the violet flame to transmute the karma we made in that unkind interchange.
What is the violet flame?
The violet flame is the flame of the Holy Spirit. It is the color of violet. Many of your listeners tonight may actually have someone there in their homes, and they can see the aura around the person, the violet light around that person.
Oh, yes, auras.
Yes, and so when the aura is in that level of the violet flame, it's highly attuned to the Holy Spirit.
My guest is somebody you may never have heard. You've probably heard of her, but in all likelihood, you've not heard her. This is your chance to do so. She is Elizabeth Clare Prophet. Coming up again in a moment. All right, back now to Elizabeth Clare Prophet. Welcome back.
Hi.
Hi there, Elizabeth. May I ask you a little bit about the press? Now, for a long time, you did not do interviews. Now you're going to go back on the circuit again. And I'm wondering how you feel in your life you have been treated by the press, local, in Montana, national, when you have said things, when you have been in the news. How would you rate your treatment by the press?
Oh, I would say it's capricious. Now and then you get a good article, but you don't always. And depending on popular opinion and how much opinion there's going for you or against you. The press will follow the popular opinion. I've had very good articles in the Wall Street Journal, other international papers, and when people are on to you and they feel that you're weak, then they move against you. When they feel that you're strong, then they don't move against you. It's kind of, it's kind of an up and down thing. It's like the stock market, as you were saying.
Well, that's right. You had an interview not too long ago with 2020, and I thought they did something of a hatchet job on you. How did you feel about that?
Well, I have my PR department and my man who takes care of the press, and I don't bother looking at that stuff.
So in other words, you even after the interview, you don't watch to see how much of you has been left on the cutting room floor?
No, I'm not interested. I am absolutely not interested in it. I am in communion with God. I do my job, and I can't just follow what people are going to say about me.
All right. After the suicides at Rancho Santa Fe? Mm-hmm. Did you review any of the material from the Heaven's Gate website, or any of the material about what these people believed?
I peripherally looked at it, turned it over to my staff who deals with these kinds of matters that have to do with touchy subjects that would reflect on us and so forth.
Sure.
And they do a really excellent job. I have a department, a PR department devoted to it. Otherwise, I could be called away every single day because of something somebody said in the newspaper.
Sure.
And I decided to just quit it. I don't have to hear about these things. I certainly was concerned, very concerned about this event happening, however.
Of course.
There's no question about that.
All right. So that the audience might understand, and I might understand, I read a lot of the Heaven's Gate material.
Yes.
And frankly, there is not a lot of difference in terms of what they believed regarding planes of existence and some of what you talk about. What is the difference between the path that they took and the path that you're on?
On the path that I'm on, suicide is always unacceptable because it's taking God into your own hands. And that's what I feel is the downfall of anyone who takes his life.
I couldn't agree more. Otherwise, though, if you did a little bit of reading about their belief systems, they were not altogether on the wrong path, were they?
No.
Then how did they get on the wrong path? I mean, how do you think it happened? Do you have any idea how you get from where you are to where they went? What went wrong?
I came to the conclusion as I was pondering this subject this week that these people do not have enough of the God stuff in them to be centered in that flame in the heart to remain as individuals. It seems that at some point they gave up their independent identity and became one group who are all going to do the same thing, and they're all going to go somewhere together. It's very odd to me that highly intelligent people cannot see the folly of their doings, and I had to conclude that they must not have spent much time meditating on the tremendous power that God has placed in the heart flame, the heart flame that beats on the altar of our heart from the time we're born to the time we leave. That is the heart flame of God. And when you have that, live that, walk and talk with God, you become very individualistic. You go back to the prophets and to Moses and the great lights that have come down to us. These individuals are not going to be moved because there's 38 of them or there's 37 of them. These people are not moved because they have a separate identity. And these people seem to not have had a separate identity. They saw themselves as almost like a flank of birds, one whole.
All right, well, the lack of a separate identity is typical of the way people will describe the effect of somebody in a cult. And, of course, people have said that what you do amounts to a cult. I'm sure you argue with that. To me, it seems a cult, as opposed to a mainstream religion, only seems to be a difference in size. I can't quite figure it out. A cult is very difficult to define. But apparently, in the classic sense, you have just suggested that these people were in a cult, that they had no separate identity, and that was stripped from them. You do not teach that, do you?
I don't teach what?
You don't teach that. In other words, you don't, in your teachings, strip individual identities.
On the contrary, if you just look at the chart of the I Am Presence that is at our high altar, you see that each individual person who is a son or a daughter of God is centered in the Holy Spirit, centered in the Mentor, the Holy Christ Self, centered in the threefold flame. And that empowerment comes from within. It doesn't just come from without. It comes from the deep knowing that we have a part to play in God.
Can people, right now, organized religion, except perhaps at the edges, is shrinking in size rapidly. And so it is reasonable then to ask whether it's possible for people to get back to God without returning to organized religion.
Well, organized religion is kind of takes in the whole waterfront.
Sure.
Depending on who is the pastor, who is the teacher, who is the leader, whether that leader is up there carrying on histrionics and, leading people astray, or whether you really have profound leaders who walk and talk with God daily, who listen to the inner voice, who obey that inner voice. These people are the ones we want to follow.
You have spoken with and transcribed messages from ascended masters. What can you actually tell us, if anything, about what the future holds for us, for humanity, for our world? What do you know of, in other words?
In terms of the future, God has given every individual on earth free will.
Free will.
And these souls who took their lives also had that option of free will. Now, if they saw their free will as identical with the free will of their leader, and there was no clearly defined border of who I am and who the next guy is, that to me is what leads to like a colony of mushrooms that are all in one piece, instead of having a separate identity and saying, I want to live, even saying it at the last minute. No, I'm not going to take this drug or whatever it is, because I want life, not death. And they didn't seem to have it.
Well, my question, though, goes now more to what you think is in store for us. I guess you have been handed some information, hopefully, I guess you have, that we don't have, regarding our future. Can you tell us what you know?
I think that the future can be bright if we walk in the footsteps of the great religious reformers of all time.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that if we decide to go into drugs and allow our children to do so, we allow our civilization to go down.
Exactly.
And we don't fight for the rights of our children to be who and what they are. We don't fight to get heroin and drugs out of the schools. If we aren't really fighting, we will see the consequences of our actions. I believe God has given us free will. We have to take that free will and use it wisely, see what's happening, band together with our neighbors, and work for the betterment of our youth.
Well, that's what ought to happen, but Elizabeth, that doesn't seem to me to be happening.
It happens in many places where there is a wholeness, where there is the green shoot, where there is life. There are many communities around our nation and around the world where people really do have a solid family core, and where they are not losing and and going down the mudslide of civilization.
Is that why you established what you have established in Montana to be a green shoot in the middle of a bunch of brown weeds?
I think that this came about when my husband, the night before he passed on, Mark Prophet, who founded this organization, told me that I should move my headquarters to Montana. So I followed his instruction, and we moved here.
Did he tell you why?
He felt that we would be facing many challenges, especially in the 1990s, crossing over into the year 2000, that we could be seeing war again, perhaps a third world war. We could see nuclear weapons. We could see a breakdown in society. We could see the problems of our military, that they do not realize that we must have defense, even though we may never use that defense. We need to have that defense in place. We know that Russia is still building armaments and weapons.
As a matter of fact, there's a story that ran yesterday in a lot of papers that the Russians, for whatever indiscernible reason, are building very deep bomb shelters. Now, that doesn't sound to me like a nation that's thinking war is all gone and over and nothing to worry about. They're building very deep shelters in Russia.
Well, they have been building them for many, many years. I would say at least since the end of World War II. So the Russians mean business, and they are building those shelters because they are determined that they are not going to be the ones that are going to lose this fight. And the Russians believe that he who hits first is the victor.
Well, they may be right.
Yes, they may be.
Or perhaps everybody is the victim. However, they've decided that at least some of them, no doubt the elite, shall survive. And to some degree, then, it is fair to say that what you have built in Montana is your own, what your ex-husband, your former husband, told you to do.
To build our shelters, to be prepared to survive. So many people today in the United States say, "Well, why should we do anything? Because we don't want to be here. We don't want to be in a world that's had a Holocaust and all of this fallout on our heads, on our houses, on our people. So we're not going to worry about building shelters. We're not going to worry about the future because we don't want to be around.
Wouldn't want to be in a world with a bunch of dying people and radiation all over the place, that sort of thing."
And so we then decided to say, okay, we're going to choose life, not death. And life may entail that we be underground for a number of weeks if there are nuclear weapons that come across the United States. And after that, and after the fallout settles and we come out, we have prepared our seed. We've prepared those things that we can grow. We're prepared to till the earth. We're prepared to survive because we believe it's our responsibility to live and to send forth our posterity to once again recreate this world the way God intended it to be. And the United States government is not providing what the Russian government is providing for its people.
No, it's true they're not. And it's reasonable to ask why the Russians are doing this if they show, if it's going to be war no more. So I tend to agree with you. Do you have any sense of when this might come, where it might start? I mean, do we look at Israel in the Middle East as so many people believe? Is there a way that people can know the time is drawing near?
I think the time is drawing near, and I think while this time is drawing near, the most important means we have of change is transmutation by the violet flame of the Holy Spirit. And if you like, I'll be happy to give you an example
Please.
of what a violet flame decree is about.
Yes, please, do.
Okay, this decree is called I Am the Violet Flame. When we use the name of God, I Am, we are saying God in me is. God in me is the violet flame. So this is how I would give this dynamic decree. I am the violet flame, in action in me now. I am the violet flame, to light alone I bow. I am the violet flame, in mighty cosmic power. I am the light of God, shining every hour. I am the violet flame, blazing like a sun. I am God's sacred power, freeing everyone. That's a simple decree. The energy comes from the I Am Presence. We are directing the violet flame into action in our being. We bow to the light. We invoke the cosmic power of God. We visualize ourselves in a blazing sun, and we call for the freedom of everyone.
So, you are not what happened in Rancho Santa Fe. You are not a group of people prepared to bring upon their own apocalypse, which is what I think eventually occurs to most cults who feel it's on the way. When it doesn't arrive, they then create their own, bring upon their own. You are simply saying that you are preparing for what you believe is coming, and if it does not come in your lifetimes, that's just fine, but you vote for life, not death.
That's right. And that's what Moses said on his deathbed. He said to the children of Israel, choose life, not death.
You are going to be speaking, I think, in San Diego shortly, aren't you?
Yes, I am speaking in San Diego.
April 12th and 13th at the, Wyndham Emerald Plaza Hotel. Is that correct?
That's right.
How do people find out about that?
Well, our seminar is April 12th, Saturday, and April 13th, Sunday, from 1 to 6 p.m. on both days at the Wyndham Emerald Plaza Hotel in the Crystal Ballrooms 1 and 2. That address is 400 West Broadway, downtown, on West Broadway and Columbia Street in San Diego.
Why have you decided to go back on the circuit, to go back on the air? You've written a book suddenly?
Yes, I've written my book.
And suddenly you're very public again. What changed? Why did you decide to do that?
Because I feel that we have a window of opportunity of 3 years or less to give people a real spiritual dimension and a Holy Spirit-centered life where no matter what happens to them, whether we go into a golden age or whether we see a period of great darkness, that the people I talk to, that I give that empowerment to, of the science of the spoken word, that they will have something to hang on to no matter what happens in this world, in the United States, in the whole planet.
Do you think, in fact, life will go on? I visualize a change, and I don't know what it is, whether it is a gigantic spiritual event, a physical event like a war. I have no idea. I just know we're racing towards something, and it seems to me there will be something on the other side of that. It's not the end of the world, but there's going to be a big change, isn't there?
I think so. I think that life will go on, but it may go on quite differently, and I think it depends how much prayer force we bring to the altars of our churches, our synagogues, our mosques, our temples.
Once again, back to Elizabeth Clare Prophet. And Elizabeth,
yes.
I would like to ask you kind of an off-the-wall question. I am very definitely married to my soulmate. It's not something that I had to consider. I knew it instantly, and I've known it ever since. How do people find that person out there that really is their soulmate? There's a lot of people on the planet right now. How do you go about searching out that person who is right for you?
I think if you clear your aura and the aura of the etheric, mental, physical, and desire body, if you make yourself a clear transparency, it's almost like you're a lighthouse. You have the light going out from you, and your soulmate may recognize it from the other side of the world. It's almost like when looking for one's soulmate, you almost have to be a sleuth because there's so many millions of people in the world. But truly what God does is he brings together those whom he desires to bring together, and many, many people have married as soulmates.
So then it's something you have to do. It's not like going out and just searching and searching and searching or bar hopping or whatever it is people do to try to find a mate. Mm-hmm. But it's something that comes from you and is then recognized, and it just happens.
I think it happens. You know, I believe in love at first sight. I think you can recognize your soulmate the moment you see him or her.
Exactly. I do, too. I experience that. Could you explain to the audience just who Saint Germain is. Who is he? What is his role? That sort of thing.
Each one of the ages, the 2,000-year periods that we're talking about as ages, there is a ruling hierarch of that age who carries a specific flame. And the hierarch of the age of Aquarius is Saint Germain. And there are angels and legions of light, all of whom serve him on that seventh ray of Aquarius. So it is his time to rule the world for that 2,000-year period. Saint Germain was embodied as Francis Bacon. He was embodied as the prophet Samuel. He had tremendous skills and ability in the French courts. He could change metals into gold. He was known as the Wonder Man of Europe. He made his ascension several hundred years ago, and he is the one who will guide us through this 2,000-year period, and he is greatly beloved by his students throughout the world.
And has Saint Germain told you, and I mean you, not your late husband only, but yourself as well, what is just ahead for our world, this transition?
I think that if we all recognize that we are facing major challenges in our homes, in industry, all over the world, in our government, and we can meet those challenges by praying daily. We can set aside 15 minutes or 30 minutes, give a few mantras to the violet flame to bring that into our households. That can make the difference. We need to realize that we need Saint Germain. He's here for us, and we have to call to him, and we have to say, beloved Saint Germain, help us to right this planet. Help our families. Help our children. Help the world. And we have to implore on our knees before God that God might give us intercession through Saint Germain, through other saints in heaven. We have to be a part of the process, and we can't give up. We have to work as hard as we can to make this happen, to turn around the darkness of the world. And if it comes upon us, then we can say to our posterity, we tried, we gave it our best,
Sure.
This is what we were able to accomplish.
In Montana, do your neighbors understand you for the most part, or misunderstand your message and what you're saying for the most part?
Well, we've had the Royal Teton Ranch since 1981 when we purchased it, and it's now 1997. So our neighbors, the people in Montana, the people in the capital and so forth, they've gotten to know us, and we get along very well with the people of Montana for the most part.
All right. I'd like to let a few in the audience ask you questions, if you would not mind.
That's fine.
All right. Let's give it a try. First-time caller line, you're on the air with Elizabeth Clare Prophet. Hi.
Hi.
Where are you, sir?
Columbus, Ohio.
Welcome.
Welcome. God bless you, Elizabeth Clare Prophet. I have a question.
Thank you.
You're welcome. You've obviously admitted that you didn't get to where you wanted to go and everybody wants to go. The first route, maybe before that you had other experiences in reincarnation. I believe that, and that's true. Now, for your people that are people, everyone that's listening, tell them how they would know if they're new or if they've been struggling for thousands of years.
Oh, that's an interesting question. Yes. How do you know where you are in the process, Elizabeth?
Well, are you talking about a brand new soul
Yes.
that hasn't incarnated before versus someone who's been here thousands of years?
Yeah, sure. Have I been around a lot of times previously, or am I relatively new at all this? How would you know?
Well, there are certain indicators that you see. First of all, the first root races, as they are called, never did sin. So they were on the planet for 14,000 years each a series of 14,000 years. And they fulfilled their reason for being on planet Earth, and they moved on. Then came the fourth and fifth and sixth root races. And they got mired with the fallen angels and the war that happened between Mars and Maldek and the planet Earth. And these individuals have occupied the Earth since that time, and this is why we have good and evil, because the bad intentions of many visitors who have come to planet have played themselves out over many centuries, and therefore we are in the grips of fallen angels and aliens who move against our children, who are tools for drugs, for tearing civilization down, for causing the burdens in people's bodies that have to do with why they're mentally ill why they are physically ill.
Mm-hmm. But again, an individual, is there a way that a listener, for example, can discern whether they're a newbie or whether they've been around for a long time? Is there some way to discern that individually?
Well, if you look at the sixth root race, it's the most recent root race to have embodied. These, for the most part, are the Christian civilization of our world. And many times these souls are trusting. They love Jesus. He is the only avatar that they have known. They follow him with all their hearts under many denominations. They're sincere. They're servants of God. But they may not quite have a background of remembrance of past ages. They may never have been on Atlantis. They may never have been in Lemuria. And so, compared to those who have, these souls are young souls.
Huh.
So they have less experience. And their life is more simple. They see things more simply rather than so complex. And for many Christians, the goal is to attain union with Jesus Christ, to be saved by him, and to enter the heaven world. And of course, according to what they have been taught, reincarnation does not exist for them.
All right. Wildcard line, you're on the air with Elizabeth Clare Prophet. Good morning.
Good morning.
Where are you?
Seattle.
Seattle, okay.
I had a question when you were talking about suicide and the souls being stuck, and then you said that it would be hard to find the mothers. Well, I would like to have another child, and I have friends that are hoping to have more children, and I was wondering if you could explain that.
Well, if you want to have children and you can't have children, it's important to pray to God and ask God and his angels to intercede in your behalf and to give you a soul who is compatible with your family and whom God wishes to place there.
In other words,
I would put it in the hands of God rather than to volunteer for such and such a soul that you really do not even know. God assigns the souls that he sends to us, and he does a very good job of it. So we should take what he sends us in terms of our bearing our children.
All right. We talked, Elizabeth, about cloning, and you said that a clone may well not have a soul because that's given by God, not man.
That's true.
Therefore, is science a blessing as well as a great danger for us? Is there a danger in the path we're on right now, scientifically?
Well, for one thing, we don't know, but what scientists of Atlantis were already cloning before Atlantis sank.
That's true.
And the products of these clones could have gone off of Atlantis to other areas, such as Greece and the Mediterranean areas. And for all we know, we may be walking around and rubbing elbows with people who were created by Atlantean scientists and have come down the chain of evolution and are here on Earth. And we call them soulless ones.
You said something that I would like to try and understand. You said that a lot of the new souls would be the pure people.
They're younger souls.
Younger souls.
They haven't had as much time to make negative karma as people who've been here longer.
Right. My traditional understanding of reincarnation was that you get it better, or you're supposed to be trying to get it better each time. But the way you've explained it seems to suggest that the older souls are the more evil of the souls. They have had time to learn the evil ways. Or is there a great curve where a soul becomes more evil and then begins to correct for that with karma?
I don't distinguish quantities of karma between those of who have been on the earth longer as opposed to those who have been on the earth at a lesser length of time. What I'm saying here is that if you come in as a younger soul because you have reincarnated reincarnated for the first time in the Piscean age. That gives you 2,000 years, period, of having been on Earth if you began to be born during this Piscean age. So what we're saying here is souls are younger. They may have less experience. They may have less development in certain areas. It's not a question of good and bad so much as it is what is their momentum of service to God and what is their momentum to service to life.
Okay.
So,
all right. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Elizabeth Clare Prophet. Hi, where are you, please?
I'm in Chattanooga, Tennessee.
Yes, sir.
I became familiar with Miss Prophet's teachings many years ago, and I still, every day I decree, and I've been able to overcome tobacco and alcohol, and I've got a little bit of a cold right now, but I'm a very joyful person. I want to honor Miss Prophet's courage to come back out at this time and with her teachings of the Masters, and because it is so difficult right now with all this cult stuff and everything. It's so difficult for authentic teachings to get through to the people. And I know she has taken more flack.
Oh, yes.
Which speaks to me that she must have something going for herself to take this much flack, you know.
Well, sir, as you well know, I've been in that bucket here recently, too, and there's something I've noticed, and that is, and I wonder if you have, Elizabeth, that the media, for the most part, decides what the story is going to be, and then most times they don't let the facts get in their way of telling that story the way they want it to be. If they have decided that Elizabeth Clare Prophet or anybody else is a cult leader, by gosh, they're going to tell that story no matter what. Do you see that?
Do I see that? I've seen it for years. Seen it for years.
Yeah, that's right.
I just don't pay any attention to it. I know who I am, where I'm going, and I know what I can do for people, and that's my passion and my mission.
And your reason for being here is not so much to refute that. You've stopped doing that a long time ago, but merely to get your message out.
That's right. I have a message for those who want it. I'm not pushing it on anyone, but I have a wonderful message of the Holy Spirit and the violet flame, and I want to shout it from the housetops.
You don't, your group does not kidnap people, does not brainwash people, does not lead them down the path as we hear of cults like this one with Heaven's Gate and so forth. None of that goes on, does it?
Nothing of the kind. You're free to come here, enjoy our teachings, read our books, decide you don't want to stay, be on your way with our blessing and love, come see us again. You know, we just want to help people who want to be helped.
Fair enough. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Elizabeth Clare Prophet. Hi.
Hi.
Hello, where are you?
San Francisco area.
Okay, you're going to have to speak up good and loud for us.
Yes, San Francisco Bay Area.
Yes.
And I've been a seeker of truth all my life and studied religions, and I studied first Episcopalian, then Christian Science, and then I found these books by Elizabeth Clare Prophet at Barnes & Noble.
Yes.
And I started studying them, and I found them to be very full of very loving energy, and I think very spiritual, and I found there was ways in which there was much to learn about what the purpose of life is. And, you know, it's too bad that we have to try to put Mrs. Prophet through some kind of sieve and litmus test about, you know, are you crazy and do you have a cult and do they do suicides and drugs and this and that? Because I think the media has specialized in perversity. And the story about Mary Baker Eddy is similar because when she discovered, you know, Christian Science, which said, you know, people can heal themselves, Jesus healed himself, and therefore you can too. And she taught that. She was attacked from every single quarter on Earth. It seems like we're in a spiritual warfare where people are attacked if they have a message of love and healing and they just want to help others, because it seems like this seems to be the dawn of the real hardening of heart. It's warned in the Bible that, you know, the worst thing is the hardening of heart, and we all seem to be getting that way toward one another because of media sensationalism. So, I would like to ask Mrs. Prophet, what she would recommend is a book which someone might go to the bookstore and pick up just to investigate what your teachings are. Which book do you think they could start with first?
All right, that's a good question. You have written many books. Which would you recommend as a beginner?
I would recommend the book that I have just recently finished, Reincarnation, the Missing Link in Christianity, because Christians are truly missing the link that they could have with God if they really understood what Christ's message was and is.
Exactly how did that message get removed?
Well, as we were saying earlier, the Council of Nicaea, the situation of removing reincarnation because it was a threat to the church hierarchy, because the people would not have to toe the line. They knew that they were going to re-embody. So reincarnation is pivotal, and if we don't understand it, we don't know it, what we do is we sin, and we think that somebody else is going to take care of it. So we're non-accountable. We're non-accountable, and that's a real problem.
It is a very serious problem, and I've always felt it myself that, gosh, you can't just simply be absolved of wrongdoing, that whatever good or bad you do in life hangs with you throughout your life, and if one believes in reincarnation, in future lives.
Exactly.
So I think I do. I definitely believe that. It makes more sense than somebody being absolved just like that. And I know that flies in the face of a lot of contemporary Christian teaching, and it makes a lot of fundamentalists very angry to hear the kind of thing you're saying, because they believe, why, anything I can do can be forgiven. So how do you deal with that anger when you meet it?
When I meet that anger in people?
Yes.
Well, I have no desire to be angry with people whatsoever. I have no desire to argue with them.
I can tell that. I meant when they come at you that way.
When they come at me that way, I just listen to what they have to say. And I don't try to change their minds, because most people come with a mindset.
Yes.
And only they can change their mindset. I pray for them that through the Holy Spirit, maybe they may become liberated and truly not have this burden where they feel they have to argue religion. I think it's a sin against Jesus Christ to argue religion.
I do too. Elizabeth, we're at the top of an hour. Can you spend one more?
I'll give it a try.
Give it a try. All right. It sounds like you might be. Have you been doing a lot of talking? Why do you think Pam in Eugene, Oregon, has come to the conclusion that you have?
Well, in past years, what has happened is through perhaps not necessarily handling the situation the best, the Yellowstone Park has allowed multitudes of bison to come through onto our properties. Then they have to be killed on our properties, and it becomes a tremendous mess. And so what has happened is Yellowstone Park has become more accountable to the situation of the bison, and many bison were outside the park, not necessarily on our property this winter. They've been all over Gardner, all over the roads, all over the highways. They've been everywhere.
There is also a disease problem, isn't there?
Yeah, well, it's brucellosis, and that affects our cattle. And our cattle is on our ranch, and that cattle produces their young, and if the bison get near them, our cattle can be compromised by the brucellosis of the bison. I think that the herd in Yellowstone Park should be reduced to accommodate all the bison that should be in that park, so they don't need to exit the park and come on private property, and then put that in the hands of the ranchers that then have to deal with the question when it's not even our problem.
Okay. Hard question number 2, and I don't really think this one's so hard. On your ranch, it is said you have quite a stock of weapons. Now, I have no problem with that, Elizabeth. I have a fair stock of weapons myself. I live in a very isolated area, and frankly, the authorities who might help me if I got in trouble would arrive probably in time to draw a chalk line around my body on the floor. Not to help me get out of the trouble. I'm going to have to depend on myself to do that, and so I do. But people will, of course, look at your accumulation of weapons and attach really dire meaning
Well, first
to it.
of all, what I want to tell you is that according to the Constitution, people have the right to bear arms.
You betcha.
The people who live in our community and are a part of our ranch are free to own guns as they see fit as private citizens of the United States. The church itself does not stock weapons. Individuals may do so if they are concerned that we may have a nuclear war, not the scenario we've been discussing this evening.
Right.
They want to be able to protect their families and their homes. And they live all up and down the Paradise Valley in a long stretch of mileage. And most people in Montana, you will find, hunt.
You bet.
And they have their private weapons, which I don't think is any of my business or anybody else's business.
I couldn't agree with you more. And so then the guns that are possessed, not by your church, but by the individuals who are part of it, might conceivably be used if the worst occurred, if this change, and by the way, you may have heard at the beginning of the hour, and I want to ask you, have you noted that whether it's a Native American or a Catholic priest or a prophet or Elizabeth Clare Prophet or so many others, through different venues and visions and avenues, you all seem to be saying about the same thing, and that is that we are rushing toward a change. So are there other paths, Elizabeth, that are valid and are able to see the same things that you have been shown?
I think that the mystics of the world in every one of the major world religions have a deep contact with God. And I think that people in the outer circles of religion also have a contact with God. And each of us needs to position ourselves in that place where we feel we can do the best by communing with God and then going out and helping people who really need us. They need us physically. They need us to help us with their children, to help us with drugs, to face this and that challenge. And
so then you don't hold yourself out as the only conduit to what's ahead.
Every single person on earth has a conduit directly to God. They don't need me as an intercessor.
Well, I hope the audience is sitting out there and really hearing this, and I trust a lot of my audience is. First-time caller line, you're on the air with Do the Wild Thing. It's 702-727-1295. My friend, that's the one thing I can't let you do. Please do not give your last name on the air.
Okay.
So let's try it again. Just give us your first name and where you are.
My name is Chris. I'm from Houston, Texas.
Yes, sir.
The whole spiritual thing, it goes a lot deeper, and there's a lot bigger picture than what I've been hearing tonight. And
in what sense?
The spiritual sense. There's for a lot of years, I guess you can call them witch cults or whatever, but there's a universal understanding of life, and it's called spiritualism, and it deals with everything that lives and grows, lives off the same energy, and it's the same energy that the grass grows from, that puppies are born from, that everything that lives and moves, it comes from some energy, and it exists throughout the universe. It's called nature, and a lot of people misinterpret it for God. And I'm not saying that there's not somebody there that guides us.
Why do you think there is some great difference, sir, between what you might call nature and I might call God?
Well, I'm not saying there's a big difference. I'm saying that.
In other words, what I was saying a moment ago, Elizabeth, I don't mean to leave you out of this, but I mean there are many conduits to the same message, to the same place.
That's right.
It's all the same.
It's all the same. So we really, I think, have no argument. Do you agree, Elizabeth?
I agree.
All right. I think that's right. A wild card line, you're on the air with Elizabeth Clare Prophet. Hi.
Hi.
Where are you?
Am I on?
Yes.
Cool. My name is Russell. I'm from Southern California. Right now I'm in Santa Monica.
Okay.
I'm in the prayer. And I think it's almost synchronistic that you were just talking about how if you have to go to the bathroom a lot at night, if your prostate enlarged and all that stuff, in one of your ads.
Yes.
My father is in a hospital right now, and he was getting his prostate shaved, and they had complications, and they punctured his bladder, made all kinds of mistakes, and it's a mess.
Yes.
So I've noticed that, I do prayer, and my prayers have become intense, and I'm noticing that it's working for me, and I'm convinced prayer is it. So I'm interested in this, like, violet flame stuff and these decrees that Prophet's talking about, and I wanted to ask her if she could, like, elucidate on that a bit.
All right, sure.
I also have a friend here who has a question, too.
Well,
Is that okay?
one at a time.
Okay.
All right. Your question is a good one. He wants more about the violet flame. He wants to understand that.
Well, may I give another mantra?
Please.
Okay, this one is called the living flame of cosmic freedom. It says, I am the immortal flame of cosmic freedom. I demand that all of my energies in outer concentration submit to the great God flame within my heart. I demand that all outer conditions come within effective God control. I demand that all that is not of the light be transmuted and changed, and that I be the fullness of all that which I already am. For I am the full perfection of God. I am the living flame of cosmic freedom. I am the buoyant, dancing joy of God that passes through my entire four lower bodies and descends from the heart of my presence to give me my freedom now. I am the raising power of the Spirit of light and fire, which lifts me to the victory of my ascension, and is the full gathered momentum of victory of the saints and ascended beings of all ages, to ascend back to the very heart of God and the immortal consciousness thereof. So help me, God.
So there you are, sir.
That's great. So I can see how that would work perfect for me. But what about when I apply it for, like, nuclear war and stuff like that? Like, I don't want it to happen.
In other words, what can you do to prevent what seems to be?
Is it because, like,
what seems
I'm
to be the
becoming so much
inevitable?
greater?
All right. What can he do?
I always go back to the power of the spoken word, so that I have set in the ethers around me exactly what I want to have happen and come into physical manifestation. So if I'm going to deal with nuclear war, I would take another mantra from Saint Germain and see if you can visualize how this looks around you.
All right.
I am the light of the heart, shining in the darkness of being, and changing all into the golden treasury of the mind of Christ. I am projecting my love out into the world to erase all errors and to break down all barriers. I am the power of infinite love, amplifying itself until it is victorious, world without end.
How would you apply that? I sat trying to think of how that would apply to nuclear war, for example.
Because when we put a shield of light around us, the light of our hearts, the manifestation of the mind of Christ, and we call for the breaking down of all barriers, we call for the power of infinite love, that is energy. We've qualified that energy with a very specific code, and the code are the sequences of the words of the mantra itself. So every syllable of a mantra carries energy. So when you want to accomplish turning back nuclear war, you start with this nucleus of the light of the heart that comes from the I am that I am that God revealed to Moses. So we go back to our source, we call God to send down shafts of white light, then we give a mantra that anchors it into the physical octave in our bodies and in the situation of your father's prostate.
All right. You seem so positive on life, Elizabeth. You're obviously positive on life. It's a message that I think the masses have missed about you because the press never listens to that. They only seem to want to concentrate on trying to portray you as a cult leader. They never seem to listen to what we're hearing tonight, and so I'm glad we've been able to hear it. What is your best assessment? You're certainly optimistic about what we can try and avoid, how we can try to avoid it, but does it seem increasingly inevitable to you?
I hate to hear the word inevitability because it almost becomes a prediction. You know, whatever we affirm, we become
self-fulfilling.
So I'm one of this person that never says die. I'm going to work and try to help God and all of the people that I know to come into a higher alignment with the reality of the universe.
All right. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Elizabeth Clare Prophet. Hello, where are you, please?
Donnie in Baton Rouge.
Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Yes, sir?
Okay. Mr. Bell and Miss Prophet. Okay, I've been listening tonight, and in the past, I have had myself gone through with my family, my entire family, as a matter of fact, classes that we were taught spiritualism, I guess, you know, for lack of a better way of putting it, astral projection and reincarnation and all these things, okay? And, you know, here in the past couple of years, I have switched over to Catholicism, okay? And, you know, one of the questions, I really have two questions for Ms. Prophet.
Well, we've only got time for one quick one, sir, so give us your best shot.
Okay, all right, best shot. All right, but in the Bible, you know, I notice that she mixes a lot of Bible with what she's teaching.
Yes.
Okay? And the Bible talks about, for by grace are you saved through faith. All right, that not of yourselves, it is a gift of God, not of works, lest any man should boast. Okay? And what I want to key on there is not of works. All right, where reincarnation really teaches works, because all I'm looking for is truth. All right? And I've been listening with a really open mind, and I want to hear what she has to say about, you know, the working part of it.
All right. We will tackle again reincarnation and the Bible when we get back. My guest is Elizabeth Clare Prophet, and we're at the bottom of the hour. If you have a question, we've got the phone lines. I think that's how it works. This is Talk Radio. I'm Art Bell.
You're listening to Art Bell, Somewhere in Time. Tonight featuring a replay of Coast to Coast AM from April 10th, 1997. Premier Radio Networks presents Art Bell, Somewhere in Time. Tonight's program originally aired April 10th, 1997.
Indeed it is, and I wonder if you've been listening, if Elizabeth Clare Prophet is what you thought she would be. Does she fit into the mold that the media has been serving up to you for years, or not? First-time caller line, you're on the air with Elizabeth Clare Prophet. Good morning. Where are you, please?
Good morning. Calling from Minneapolis.
Minneapolis, all right.
Art, I really love your show. I have a lot of converts. We listen to you religiously.
Thank you.
Elizabeth, I believe you are well-intentioned. However, I believe you are rewriting the gospel, the Christian gospel, using bits and pieces to suit your own beliefs. And I know this will sound very strong, I think you are being misled by deceiving spirits, which the Bible warns against time and time again.
All right. Go ahead and answer that, Elizabeth.
Well, I would say to her that I understand her concerns, but the scriptures also say, "Judge not, lest ye be judged." And in a sense, you, the caller, are judging me when you don't know what is in my heart or in the innermost recesses of my being.
Well,
I don't really see how you can make a judgment of me simply because of this doctrine or that doctrine. There's more to me than just doctrine.
I'm sure there is. One thing that is clear to me, Elizabeth, after listening to you this morning, is that what the popular press has made you out to be is definitely not what you are at all. Whatever you are, you certainly are not what they say you are, and I hope that that's come clear to my listeners this morning. I suspect it has, those who have really listened. Wildcard line, you're on the air with Elizabeth Clare Prophet. Hi.
Hi. I'm on the air?
You are.
My name is Julie. I'm calling from West L.A.
Hi, Julie.
Hi, Elizabeth. I've just recently been exposed to your teaching, so it's really a joy to talk to you. My question is that it makes sense to me that we're all energy, and so by invoking a vibration or a color to create change within ourselves or outside of ourselves with these kind of affirmations, that makes sense. When I'm looking at these decrees, I'm a little overwhelmed with the number of them, and some of the words are unfamiliar, and I think it's important to come from the heart. How do you know when you're really there? How long does it take, or what do you have to do to make sure that you're really coming from the place that's going to create that transformation in your life or in the lives of things that are important outside of ourselves?
Well, you can go to the Minneapolis Teaching Center and get some booklets on decrees, like angel booklets on how to decree for certain things. How do you know when you've accomplished it? Because you feel the Holy Spirit upon you. Because you feel that through your prayers and your communion with God, you've come to a new plane of oneness with that Spirit. And I think you come to recognize it after you've decreed and given the type of science of the spoken word that we do. You get to recognize and you know when you have accomplished that goal.
That self-doubt melts away?
It sure does.
How long does that take?
Just do it every day. Just get up in the morning and thank God that you don't have to have doubt and fear, because He loves you and He will give you the fearlessness flame. Call for the fearlessness flame.
The fearlessness.
Call for the binding of all doubt and fear in your life.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
All right. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Elizabeth Clare Prophet. Hi.
Yes, I'm calling from Michigan.
Yes, sir.
And before she gets off the air, sir, if you could get a 800 number or a phone number to order her book, that would be appreciated.
Well, I'll bet her book is available at Barnes & Noble.
Oh.
That's right. Any Barnes & Noble across the country.
Okay. And my question has to do with one of, I come from a Catholic background, pretty much, sad to say, but true, I've pretty much turned my back on that. And if to say something to me in the lines of what would you recommend for somebody to get back into a spiritual belief, not so much the Catholic belief. But
well, maybe you can answer your own question, sir. Why have you turned your back on Catholicism?
Well, I just felt that the Catholic Church, so to speak, as an organization, was something hollow was there, something wasn't true, something was unfulfilling, wasn't enough. There's more to it than what they had to offer. That's just what was my feelings. And, I just pretty much trotted along, and up till the last little while I figured there must be more, how do you get to a more spiritual feeling? What would you recommend?
Well, I would suggest that you take up the teachings of the Ascended Masters so that you can come to the realization that so much has been taken out of Christianity that we have a watered-down religion that is not going to be able to serve us when we have to fight a battle of Armageddon, whether within ourselves or on a planetary scale. And I think that that's what happened at the Council of Nicaea, that we lost reincarnation, so we lost our reason for being.
Elizabeth, are there writings that live today that document what originally was in the Bible with regard to reincarnation? Are there actual writings?
Well, the main one that we look to is the Elijah Come Again. story. That's what we look to, because that's what Jesus told his disciples. A lot has been cut out of the Bible. Scholars themselves are not certain. So I think that when you get to the Nag Hammadi texts and other documents that have been found, such as the Dead Sea Scrolls, you begin to get an entirely different take on Christianity, one that is strong, one that is hopeful, one that is full of love, compassion, and peace toward others.
All right. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Elizabeth Clare Prophet. Hi.
Yeah, hi. This is Richard in Eugene.
Hello, Richard.
Yeah, good morning and bless you both. Elizabeth, you mentioned your ranch in Montana. I was just wondering where that might be, and you said it could be visited.
That's right. We're at the northern entrance to Yellowstone Park. The town is Gardner, Montana.
Gardner?
Yep, Gardner, Montana, and we have 8 miles of river, Yellowstone River, on our property, as well as 5 miles of continuous border with Yellowstone Park. It's magnificent.
Is there a number, a phone number?
Yeah, phone number is 406-848-7441.
Wait a minute. Everybody's scrambling for pens. That's 406.
I can give you my 800 number, 1-800-437-3366. 3366?
Mm-hmm. Okay, that's 1-800-437-3366.
And people are welcome to come and visit and take part if they like.
You're most welcome, and we'd like to see you there.
Great.
You can also visit us on our website with www.psl.org.
All right, and if it will help, caller, if you're used to going to my website, we have a link up there right now to Elizabeth Clare Prophet's website.
All right, thank you very much.
All right, thank you. And I also took the trouble to scan a very, very nice, flattering, I thought, black and white photograph of you, Elizabeth, and put that on the website as well.
Oh, that's very kind of you.
We're almost done. Hang in there. First-time caller line, you're on the air with Elizabeth Clare Prophet. Hi.
Oh, hello.
Where are you?
I'm from Boise, Idaho.
Okay.
And I want to go to bed, but I wanted to talk.
Well, that puts you in the category with several others, I'm sure.
How many are there before me?
Go right ahead. Ask a question.
Oh, okay. First of all, I just wanted to say hi to Art, and that it seems like I've known Art all this time only because I listen to his tapes. My husband works day and night, and he records them. Anyway, I just wanted to tell Elizabeth Clare Prophet that I am grateful that she was interviewed, and also that Art's wishes, came true.
Well,
I'm originally from South America, but I'm living here in Boise, and I'd just like to testify the Violet Flame. I found the teachings in 1977, and this is 97, so I think it's been 20 years. My children grew up over there, and, I served on staff for almost 12 years, and I could really testify, with the Violet Flames in Saint Germain. And I just wanted to share this with all the audience, which I consider my brothers and sisters out there listening, that they should try to give it a try.
Well, at least hold an open mind and listen, and with an open mind. And when you do that, you're liable to actually hear something and learn something and be surprised that what you thought was true perhaps is not. Wildcard line, you're on the air with Elizabeth Clare Prophet. Hi.
Yes, how you doing, Art?
Fine, sir.
Elizabeth, I had a question as far as in Hebrews it talks about it's appointed to man once to die and then the judgment. As far as your beliefs in reincarnation, how do you take that scripture?
I take that scripture to mean that we are given once to live, and we are given many times to live, and when we are called home, we go through the resurrection. You see, this goes along with canceling out the Council of Nicaea. You come to the place here, it is given man once to die. Well, we know that it is not given to man once to die, because we know the law of reincarnation.
But you say that scripture is untrue then, right?
I wouldn't say that it is untrue. I think you and I have differing understandings of that scripture.
Okay, then. Okay, thanks anyways. Bye.
Well, thank you. Now, that struck me as somebody who didn't really want to listen. His mind was already made up, and he was just going to try to suggest that you don't properly understand it. Elizabeth, it has been a very rare opportunity, and you have surprised me, and I suspect you've surprised many others. I want to give you a chance real quickly, if you would, tell us again where you're going to be in the near future and when.
Okay. Let me tell you right now.
San Diego?
San Diego, April 12th and 13th.
Right.
Saturday and Sunday. And that's $45 a day and $75 for the weekend, 50% off to students. April 19 and April 20, Sheraton Gateway Airport, Century Boulevard. And that's in Los Angeles for the weekend seminar. San Francisco is a weekend seminar, May 3rd and May 4th, The Practical Art of Living a Spiritual Life. And then June 7 and June 8, Crown Plaza, Seattle downtown. We also have events happening at Cal State University, Long Beach on April 15th, and Thursday the 17th in Los Angeles at UCLA, and that's $7 admission fee for the evening for students and
very
professors and whoever else wants to come.
All right, and your book, Reincarnation, The Missing Link in Christianity, is available, Barnes & Noble, just about every place across the country. Is that right? All right. It has been a pleasure having you on. I really want to thank you, and let us do it again someday.
We look forward to it.
Take care.
Thank you so much.
Bye-bye. That's Elizabeth Clare Prophet, and an interview I've wanted to do for a long time. And, you know, I'm curious now, from those of you out there, was she what you thought she was going to be? Was her persona what you thought it was going to be? Are your illusions that were no doubt manufactured by the soundbite mass media, are they now shattered, or are they intact? We're going into open lines now. And I did what I did tonight with Elizabeth Clare Prophet very, very intentionally. I wanted you to hear her, what she really believes, and while you may not agree with Elizabeth Clare Prophet regarding her spiritual path, I think it important that you got a chance to hear her. Aside from the media assassinations that have been done. All the cult business. And so I think it was obvious to anybody who really bothered to listen that she follows a spiritual path that has no relationship whatsoever to what occurred in Rancho Santa Fe. And I wonder if you would agree with that assessment, having listened to her. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Oh, hi, Art. This is Sherman in Watsonville.
Yes, sir.
And I want to tell, love your show.
Thank you.
I enjoyed hearing Elizabeth's comments. I wondered if the next time you have her on, if you could ask her what her connections are to the original St. Germain Foundation in Mount Shasta, California.
Well, that would have been a good question. What I'm curious about, sir, is what I just asked about. There's a popular conception of her foisted on the American people by the press. The ranch, the guns, the cult, that sort of thing.
Well, where she comes from, if she's connected to the original ones, they're a very patriotic group and have been around for quite a long while.
Her answer to the guns was, we do have a Second Amendment. We have the right to protect ourselves. That seemed like a pretty mainstream answer to me.
Yes, exactly. No problem with that. As I said, I grew up in the area where the original, as far as I understood, the original group was started, and so we were familiar with some of their activities. In fact, I talked to some of Mr. Ballard's daughter, who was the founder of it. But I did want to make one comment, though, and then I'll let you go. her comment about judge not lest you be judged is really actually judge not lest you be not judged, and that's the exact opposite of the intent.
All right.
Which is it's often misunderstood. But thank you anyway.
I think we get the spirit of it. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Hi.
How you doing there, Art?
Okay.
Tony in Las Vegas.
Yes, sir.
Hi, Elizabeth. I don't know. I just wanted to ask Elizabeth what...
She's not here now.
What's that?
You must not have been listening, Tony.
What's that?
She's not here now.
Oh, okay. Oh, I'm sorry. Well, how are you then tonight, Art?
I'm fine.
Hey, I just want to know, does she think we're going to have a nuclear war? Because I tuned in late. And I didn't quite get that.
Yes, Tony. The answer is she does. She is hopeful that such a thing can be prevented, but her late husband told her to do what she has done in Montana, and he obviously believed that there would be such a war. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hi, Art Bell.
Hello.
I haven't called you in a couple of years.
Well, that's too long to wait.
I'm the guy that used to post on your news group back before it was invaded about all those things we have in common. Like, I got about 40 things that are the same between us.
I see.
Anyway, it seems that you were kind of affected by her, and I was kind of interested in reversing your question at what we thought to, like, what you thought. I've never heard you really say that reincarnation seemed to be making sense to you there.
Reincarnation has made sense to me for a long time, sir.
Oh, yeah.
A long time prior to talking to Ms. Prophet. It was an honor to speak with her, but I've considered that as a possibility. Now, underline possibility, because I'm not so sure of anything. I wish I had faith in one single thing. I don't. That's my cross to bear.
Right.
But I think reincarnation is certainly a possibility. What about you?
Well, I mean, I'm convinced there's reincarnation. I've had some interesting experiences, like with memories and especially other countries. You know, I had this vision, a waking vision, laying in bed of a scene in India, and there was sitar music in my ears. You have to remember, I'm not asleep here. I'm meditating. And I see a scene in a restaurant, and I know nothing about India, but I know where I am. And I've never eaten in an Indian restaurant. But that weekend, I made sure to go to one.
That sounds exactly to me like, thank you, what Elizabeth Clare Prophet said, started her on this whole path. In a sandbox when she was very young, I think, what did she say, 6? And suddenly she was in Egypt. Suddenly in Egypt. You know, I wouldn't necessarily tell you that I can agree or embrace everything that she embraces. But on the other hand, what I did want to do was do what the rest of the media does not do. And that's what we do here. And that is, I'll try and really find out what a person is about, what they really do believe. And there are several things that came through with crystal clarity. And that is that she believes in life, not death. And that she is not leading a group of people to a self-propelled Armageddon.
You're listening to Art Bell, Somewhere in Time. Tonight featuring a replay of Coast to Coast AM from April 10th, 1997.
Well, wait till you hear this. This is from Steve in Portland, who always writes, "Till the comet do us part." Does Hillary Clinton listen to Coast to Coast? This is an Associated Press article. Hillary Rodham Clinton today denied administration officials tried to hush up a key figure in the Whitewater investigation by finding him work, calling that suggestion part of a never-ending fictional conspiracy. She said, get this, folks, the fuss over the Whitewater probe reminded her of, quote, some people's obsession with UFOs and Hale-Bopp comet some days. Hours, end quote. Hours later, President Clinton threw back his head and laughed when he heard about his wife's remark and said, did she say that? That's pretty good, he told reporters. Asked if he agreed with Mrs. Clinton's assessment, the president added, if I didn't, I wouldn't disagree with her in public. Yeah, I bet you wouldn't. And that reminds me of an earlier news story about it was entitled, it was the Associated Press. It's buried under here. Yeah, here it is. Mrs. Clinton denies hush money. Actually, it does cover the UFO thing in here. Let me read it to you as it came across Reuters. Hillary Rodham Clinton says the Whitewater affair is a never-ending fictional conspiracy pursued by zealous critics who remind her of the UFO cult followers who committed mass suicide. The First Lady's colorful remarks were part of a denial of any White House attempt to get hush money to former Associate General Webster Hubbell to keep him from telling all he knows. Now, I liked the headline. Mrs. Clinton denies hush money. What else would you expect? I mean, how else would you read that headline? Mrs. Clinton admits hush money? Or, yes, we paid him big bucks? Or, of course she denies hush money. And I'm not saying that any hush money was paid. I'm just laughing at the headline. And by the way, I've got some pretty good quotes for you as the show goes on. First-time caller line, you're on the air. Hello.
Oh, hello. Art Bell?
Yes.
Oh, hi. I've been listening to your program off and on. If I don't fall asleep, it's so interesting. I wondered if you have ever visited Prophet's place.
No, I never have.
Well, my husband got very interested in her, and we went up there to see the whole place, and it really is a cult. I hate to tell you, but we spoke to people. She sells property to the people. At that time, this is several years ago.
Well, that doesn't make it a cult.
No, but she sells it to them for $48,000, and then they have to give it back to her. And they're only allowed a strip of land there. And we spoke to people that they're terrified to go on the outside because she depicts just doom for everybody if they leave that place. And one man was terribly upset. He said he just hates it there. His wife is terrified.
But ma'am, I have had countless, her visit to come on the show to be a guest
right.
Was advertised, 2 or 3 weeks ahead of time.
Right.
And I've had countless faxes and emails from people who were, inside.
Right.
With varying opinions, but none of them said that there was any problem when they wanted to leave. They just walked out.
Well, yes, it's again an inner strength.
So it's not that, but what I'm trying to say is, when you're saying it's a cult, my traditional understanding of a cult is that it doesn't quite work that way. People just don't walk out when they want to.
Well, I don't know how many have walked out because we could have stayed for dinner, but these people donate all their services, and there's some very intelligent people.
So you were one day there?
Yes, but I mean, what we saw, and we went out and
that's a lot to conclude on the basis of one day and not even staying for dinner.
There wasn't a smiling face in there. It was very depressing. These people there wasn't one person who looked happy, I'll tell you that.
All right. Well, look, I appreciate your call, but I'm sorry. I'm not buying into it's a cult because I didn't see smiles on their faces. Or I went to visit and they didn't seem happy. God, that's so dangerous. The reason I had her on was so that you could actually hear what the woman believes, whether or not you agree with what she said. I wanted to do what most of the American media does not do, and that's actually allow you to hear what she believes. Not to clip up sound bites and serve them up in an effort to shape a story the way you want it to be. Cult, guns, bunkers, that sort of thing. Did you really sense that that's what she was all about as you listened? Did you sense that here was a woman who was going to bring about, as David Koresh did, either by antagonizing the authorities or himself firing the first shot, depending on what you believe about that? He brought on his own apocalypse. Did you sense that from her? No, I don't think so. That's why I had her on. I've had a pretty good taste myself lately of what the American media serves up when it decides it wants a story portrayed in a certain way. It's not fair. A wildcard line, you're on the air. Hi.
Good evening, Art.
Good evening.
Yes, we had an occasion, Bob and Pocatello, we had occasion to visit the Church Universal Triumphant.
You actually went over and visited, huh?
Yeah. You know, we had made some acquaintances up in the park of some pretty sensitive and talented people, and their ranch is, of course, their property goes up from Gardner to South Entrance. And this lady was concerned about the buffalo being killed. I might say the state of Montana is doing the killing of the buffalo. And
yeah, I know there's a big fight going on about that. They just sort of wanted to lump her in with that.
Well, I just wanted to set that straight. But in any case, you know, their freedom to worship the way they want to worship is assuring my freedom to worship the way I want to worship. And I think what happened at Waco, I mean, people are free to believe what they want to believe, and I was very concerned for the Church Universal Triumphant when the thing happened down at Waco, because I think they have a parallel thing. Probably you have and I have. That is that I have collected firearms since I was a teenager, and I believe that the Second Amendment means what it says. And
that's right. And
she has this common belief. But anyway, on the visit to the ranch, my wife and I were especially impressed by their teaching of the children. They had. They're making do the best they can with, you know, the resources they have, and we had an opportunity to visit they had converted some mobile homes into classrooms, and we visited several grades, and they use a Montessori instruction system.
Right, so you really got a pretty good look.
Oh yeah, we spent a whole day at it. Children use the McGuffey readers, and we got to visit there. They don't eat much meat, all right, and but they make bread, good heavy bread out of all.
Well, I'd be in trouble then. I like burgers. I like steak.
You and me both. I like a good rib steak once in a while.
All right. Well, listen. Thank you very much. Yeah, I'd have a problem with that. Matter of fact, I had 2 delicious hamburgers tonight before I got on the air. Absolutely delicious. But that's a small matter, and the point, the point that man was trying to make is well taken. One, that it's more than time that we stopped looking at people because they possess firearms to protect themselves with. So what? Now, I know that doesn't go down so easily on the East Coast, but I live out here in the West. I live, and I mentioned it during the interview, in an area where if somebody came after me, I am my own first line of protection. I have no illusions about that. And those who live out here and think that they will be protected if somebody comes after them are, in my opinion, delusional. Yes, the police, the sheriff, they'll do whatever they can. But when there is a large space between you and those who would endeavor and certainly try to protect you, then, in my opinion, you better be able to protect yourself. There's no guarantees in life, but you do what you can. And the Second Amendment says you have that right. And I believe it is not only a Second Amendment right, but it's a God-given or Creator-given right for you to protect your own life. That, folks, is choosing life. And if there was a thread throughout the interview with Mrs. Prophet, it was the choice of life. Did you not get that? Did that not come through? Whether you agree or disagree with what she believes from a spiritual point of view, it was obvious that she believes in life. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Hi, how are you, Art?
I'm fine.
Man, it's great to talk to you. Let me tell you, I agree with Miss Prophet and I disagree with Miss Prophet. I'll tell you why. And I think you and I are spiritual brothers in a lot of ways.
Maybe so.
And you tell me if I'm wrong. I see it as, I grew up Southern Baptist from South Carolina. And I see it as I have questioned, and I went through a struggle, but being Baptist alone is enough to make you question. And so, as I went through about 6 years of heavy debating, even thinking that maybe I was agnostic at some point, I finally have come to the conclusion, I see it as a pie. As we have Christianity, we have Buddhism, we have a number of religions, you add all of them into this piece of the pie. And we've kind of broken our own pieces of the pie into Christianity, and this is what I believe. Mm-hmm. Well, I think if we're willing to see, just like Miss Prophet has done, she has her piece of the pie, and who knows if we'll ever see that whole picture or eat the whole pie, if you will. But if we'll just look beyond those walls, we'll see the connectedness in that it's one big pie. It's not separate from one another. All these pieces come together, and if we look outside of it, we'll see the connectedness of it. But I think it's the things that we're taught keeps us limited into that little piece.
Well, I thought a key thing that she said, and you may have heard me ask her, a key thing she said was that there are many possible paths to the same answers.
Absolutely.
Not just hers. She does not hold hers out as the only true path, the only true answer.
And what a stress reliever that is when I find the openness to people when you can see that connectedness and they say, okay, let's say they're Buddhist. The connectedness, there's not a stress that you don't feel withdrawn from them because you know that you're a part of them.
Well, I appreciate that, sir. Thank you. You're right. I'm leery of people and leaders who say, I am the only way. I am the only path. You must follow me, and any other path is going to send you down to shovel and coal into the fire, if you follow me. I'm not so sure there's any single path. I think there are many paths for a person to become spiritual on their own. Does that make sense to you? It does to me. And I know a lot of you are sitting out there saying, blasphemy, there's only one true path. Well, I'm sorry, I'm not that sure. So burn me. Oh, sure, we'd love to. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Art.
Hi.
Hey, this is William from Seattle. How you doing?
Fine.
Hey, I am a student of Elizabeth Clare Prophet.
All right.
And I'll tell you, she is a wonderful woman, and it was great to have her on your show.
Well, what got to me was a lady who called a little while ago.
I heard it.
And she said, well, I went out there. I could have stayed for dinner, but I didn't. And I got to tell you, it's a cult. I saw it. They didn't smile. It was a cult.
No.
God, I'm telling you.
I thought that was kind of funny because, people tend to judge based on their own opinions, basically, on their own perceptions.
Well, at least the lady went out there and made a judgment. But most people are judging and saying that based on what the American media reports, and I've seen a number of reports on Elizabeth Clare Prophet.
Right.
And they paint her the same way every time.
Well, I'll tell you, I have a group of friends out here. We're all in the church, and we listen to your show every night. And I think the thing we like about you, too, and I think most of your callers could probably agree with this, is the quality of the heart. People can lie, but, you know, when you get to a point, you can see through it.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And it was like, how much of what she was saying sounded like a lie? Now, you know, that's what really interested me in the church from the beginning.
Yeah, what I was trying to tell people is, and I know that a lot of people disagree with her philosophy of spiritualism, which is fine. But when you listen to her voice, it should have been absolutely obvious over the 3 hours that she's totally sincere.
Oh, no doubt.
And that she's no David Koresh. And that she's not somebody who's going to lead a bunch of people into drinking Kool-Aid or slopping down some pudding and going off into the next level.
You know, she gives a good explanation of why people don't always remember past lives. And I'd like to tell your listeners about this. There's something that she calls it God's grace. It's the veil of forgetfulness.
Yes.
Now, how many of us have done bad things, terrible things, or whatever kind of things that we feel guilty, right? Now, imagine having 1,000 lifetimes.
Of course.
Say,
yes.
And being able to remember all the wrong things you've done. I mean, that would be burdensome.
A big burden.
Yeah, so you figure if karma is the return of actions and reactions, basically what's going to happen is you're going to go through life, like you said your wife was telling you, you're going to go through things and you're going to get return things, good or bad, and you're going to have to deal with them.
Yep.
So let God deal with that. You know, giving it back to you, I mean. One other thing I wanted to mention is last week, my brother Chris and I faxed you some lyrics to a song that we wrote called The Quickening. And we're coming out with a CD, and I want to get it to you. And I don't know, I know that there were some other people who called up saying about music. They had written some...
You actually wrote something called The Quickening.
Yeah, and I think that you'll really like it. And I'm sure... Oh, this is another thing I wanted to mention. This is why I've been trying to call all night. I haven't gotten your book yet. But do you talk anything about The Quickening with the entertainment industry? Because one thing I've noticed is, yes, it's happening with our government. It's happening in religious situations. But as a musician... And I've been given a blessing by my teacher, who is Elizabeth Clare Prophet, to write music to actually teach people. Because what do we see nowadays? We see bands out there, and I'm not necessarily trying to judge their music, but look at the subtlety of their message. The heart of the rock and roll and you know, the lyrics to these things, I think they're promoting the quickening in a very subtle way. A very subtle way.
Well, look, I've even wondered about myself, sir. I appreciate your call. I've had deep thoughtfulness about my own part in it. In other words, am I documenting it? Or am I at the head of the parade? Well, I think that I'm documenting it. Am I ducking this one? No, I don't think so. I've thought it out carefully myself, and I believe that I am documenting it. And I believe that exposing its ongoing occurrence is an important thing to do, hence the book. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Hi, look at the radio.
Yes, turn that sucker off.
Okay.
All right, where are you?
This is JJ in Austin.
All right. Hi, JJ.
Hi, I lost you earlier.
You sure did.
Yeah, I was going to ask a couple of questions. I didn't realize you were cut so short on time. I'm going to at least ask one of these questions to you to just get your take on it.
Sure, go ahead.
And before I ask it, I got to say, the guy that just called in that gave the analogy of the pie,
yes,
that was beautiful. I've been looking for that analogy for years. Like I told you earlier, I grew up in a mainstream, non-denominational Christian home. And
all right, we got to do this quick, JJ.
Okay. When looking for your soulmate, should you just ignore everybody else?
Well, all right. What she said, JJ, was when looking for your soulmate, don't go out there and physically search. What she said was build within yourself and there will be a light around you, and when you meet your soulmate, there will be no question about it. She said, I believe in love at first sight. And by the way, JJ, so do I. You'll know, trust me, you won't have to ask questions. You will simply know in all of your being. We'll be back.
You're listening to Art Bell, Somewhere in Time. Tonight featuring a replay of Coast to Coast AM from April 10th, 1997.
I'm Louise from the San Francisco Bay Area coastside.
Hello, Louise.
We have spent some time with Elizabeth Clare Prophet.
Have you?
We used to live in Montana.
Ah.
We moved up there the same month, same year as they did, about 70 miles from their ranch. We didn't know that they moved there. We didn't even know who they were.
Oh, I see.
I have quite a story to tell. We have volunteered to go on to the TV interviews or anything whenever they were trying to put down Elizabeth Clare Prophet as people who did not belong to her organization, but people who know them,
yes,
seem to know them.
Yes.
We were told when we moved in that we belonged to her organization by the locals, and we didn't know anything about it. And so,
why do you think the locals, just because you lived near there, would think you were a part of it?
Because we were from California also, and she moved from California.
Well, heck, there's a lot of people that move from California out to my state and Montana and Idaho and all kinds of spacier places.
This is what occurred. And we saw the locals bankrupt at least a dozen businesses of people that came and moved from California and set up businesses there who were not associated with her. But the locals became so paranoid that they felt that anybody from California
but you know what the fault of that? You know why? It's because of the media. I'll tell you something. I've learned a big lesson in the last few weeks about our media. I sincerely mean this, and a lot of you who are regular listeners to my program, I suspect, have learned this lesson along with me. And I mean this from the bottom of my... And it's one of the reasons I had Elizabeth Clare Prophet on, because I wanted you to really hear her, what she believed. And I found that generally when the media, whether it's print media, and they're a little better, television is the worst offender of all. When they come to visit you, ostensibly to get the truth or a story, very, very, very few of them in 1997 really care at all about getting the story. There are some exceptions, and I could name them, but I won't. I just simply learned over this last several weeks that the media makes up their mind about who you are and what you are, or a story. And, you know, I don't want to go back into the whole Hale-Bopp thing, but that's the origins of it, and then the suicides and all the rest of it. And once the media has decided they're going to tell a story a certain way, by God, they're going to tell it that way, and don't let the facts get in the way. They don't want to hear about the facts, particularly if it's going to ruin the angle of their story. And so, some time ago, the media decided that Elizabeth Clare Prophet was leading a cult. And they talk about the weapons, and they talk about the bunkers, and they talk about bunker mentality and all the rest of that, and nobody ever really sits down and listens to what her belief system is. Now, did she sound to you like David Koresh? Did she sound to you like somebody who was or is trying to instigate her own Armageddon? Not even close. Not if you listened. Now, you may certainly disagree with her spiritual philosophy, and that's fine. But the point of the interview, the real point of the interview, was that you understand what her philosophy is. You may disagree with it, but that you understand it, so that you understand it is not what ABC's 2020 portrayed it to be, or what so many other news organizations who are bent on telling the story the way they want the angle to be. Instead, we had 3 hours, and we laid it out. So I know a lot of you disagree with her view of spirituality. All right? Biblically, religiously, you disagree. But one thing I think you should have gathered from that interview is that this is a woman who believes in life, not death, who believes that if there is prophecy, there is hope to try and change it, not to make it self-fulfilling. That should have come through crystal clear. If it did, then we did a service, I hope. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Oh, good morning, Art. I very much enjoy your show, and I'm so glad I got through. My name's Rick. I'm calling from the south side of Chicago in Flossmoor.
Hey there, Rick.
How are you this morning?
Very well.
All right. I had a question about Rodney Barker. That was probably one of your most intriguing shows I've heard.
Glad you liked it.
My question is, did you do any more, how shall I say, investigating or looking into basically his claims, or with what is really going on in the ocean?
I would say that about 90% of the people who responded, who had looked into this, verified that what he said is exactly true.
Well, I have to say that myself. I lived in North Carolina for a couple of years in Wilmington, the Cape Fear River, and I have friends there who I called that day, and I actually went and got one of his books, but I called and talked to them, and they verified pretty much right down the lines of everything he said. I mean, they didn't know, of course, the specifics, but, I mean, my friends live near the ocean, or one of them lives right on the ocean, and I was just so appalled because I love seafood, and, you know, I've lived near the ocean most of my life, so, I mean, wow. I mean, what can we do? I mean, is probably be my next question, if anything.
Well, actually, Elizabeth Clare Prophet was a lot more positive about where all this is going than I am. I'm afraid I'm not that positive. I think we've passed the point of no return.
Right, like with the plane.
Yep. I do. And that doesn't mean the end of the world, as I keep telling everybody. It just means we're going to have a change. And I think that, thank you very much, that I've documented that. Again, book plug. This is really important to me. This is really important to me. I didn't write this book to make a bunch of money. If it makes money, fine. You know, authors don't make a lot of money in books. I wrote this book because I wanted you to know. I wanted to document for you carefully exactly what I've been telling you. And I'm not a Native American, but I do believe that we are pushing Mother Earth. And she's getting ready to push back. As a matter of fact, the first pressure can be felt all around us in every area of human endeavor. Socially, we talked about the blank-eyed little kids that are killing each other at an ever-increasing rate. Violence among our young is just absolutely going through the roof. Down a little bit, did you know, for adults? But going way up among the young. Why do you suppose that might be? Way up. That's where we've got our problem. Drug use among the young, way up. Economically, look down a few years and you'll see what's going to happen. I describe it in the book. Politically, my God, what a mess. I view both present political parties as hopeless disasters, crippled by scandal and by meaningless debate. And I could go on and on and on, and I do in this book. That was the whole point of the book, and it's all quite well documented. Is it simply a product of modern media? In other words, we're hearing more about it? That's the argument detractors would make of what I believe. Well, my book will prove to you that indeed it is not simply more mass communication, that this trending, this quickening is very real, absolutely real, and occurring now. We're in the middle of it now. And that's why I wrote this book. It's important to me. It's really important to me, and I think it's important to everybody. And I'm not a prophet, so I sure can't tell you what's coming. I can only tell you something is. A change is on the way. And when you have read this, you will be convinced. Again, my book is called The Quickening. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Good morning, Art.
Good morning, sir.
This is Charlie calling from Medford.
Yes, sir.
And I just want to make a little comment here real quick about if you've been watching any of your local network news on TV lately in the past 2 or 3 days about that missing bomber.
The A-10.
Have you noticed how, even our local channels here in the Medford area are dropping little insidious little hints that this guy has just up and flown the coop with the plane?
Sure, broken arrow kind of deal.
Oh, yeah. They're just dropping these insidious little hints, and they're slowly brainwashing the general public. Now, when they find the plane, if it winds up being a crashed or downed airplane for whatever reason, they're going to still be saying he was trying to fly it to outer Mongolia somewhere and trying to make him out to be some sort of a crook. And well, what if something did go wrong? You know, what the heck? This is the way our media is going anymore.
Well, that's because it's...
We do have
Sir. That's because it's a sexy story to tell.
And
now, listen to me for a moment. For some reason or another, he was in the mountainous area of Colorado. If his airplane went down in the mountains of Colorado, it may be arguably years, if it crashed, before the crash site is ever located.
Oh, for sure.
So to be jumping to these conclusions
is really premature.
But it's sexy.
They're putting frills and fringes on it, and I'd be surprised how many of the people out there are eating it up with a big old spoon.
I know. It's
terrible.
I know. Of course, it could be. I mean, it could be.
Yeah, but
I think it is.
Comes up one way or the other, let's wait and hold
it is not.
judgments.
That's right. That's right. Thank you. It is not the most likely a probability, in my opinion. By far not the most likely. It is the least likely. But it is the sexiest to jump to speculate about. Oh, my God. I mean, look at this. What is today's date? The 11th of April, right? Now, what is the media really trying to tell us? Let's cut through the bull. They're trying to say that the 19th is coming, the anniversary of Waco, and that we have some wild officer of the U.S. Air Force that has taken an airplane armed with 2,000 pounds worth of bombs, and some sort of terrible terroristic vengeance is going to be visited on the American people in retribution, the government for Waco once again. That's cutting through the bull and saying it like it is, right? Well, the most likely possibility is this plane crashed in the mountains. If what people are insisting upon speculating about should come true, then God help us. But I certainly would not jump to that as the most likely scenario. A wildcard line, you're on the air.
Good morning, Art.
Good morning.
This is Mike in Glendale.
Yes, sir.
How are you?
Fine.
Yeah, just a quick 3 points. I don't think that how can anybody criticize Elizabeth when every member of Congress and their family has a bunker to go to, number one.
They sure do.
And as far as prophecies, my view is, this is a conjecture, it's not a prophecy, is that the world situation is unclear and calls for pragmatism. And finally, the thing I think I talked to you during a break about spiritualism.
Yes, sir.
And I think that there's spiritual inspiration, there's spiritualism, there's spiritual conditions, and they're all separate items. And anybody on individual spiritual paths are just as dysfunctional as any organized religion, so no one has a monopoly on, quotes, righteousness, if you will.
Well, a lot of people think they do, which is what, of course, the problem is. Theirs is the only true path, and if you don't believe that, then by God, we're going to have a war.
I myself am one of those Republican Protestants of the Mother Nature variation.
Republican Protestant of the Mother Nature variation. That's a new one.
I think Hillary, the First Lady has a crush on you, Art.
Goodbye, sir.
Okay.
Thank you for the call. Her remarks are somewhat startling, aren't they? And the president's response, I thought, was very interesting. And he said, in essence, if I disagreed with her, I sure as hell wouldn't say so in public. Now, I didn't hear the president say that. Maybe some of you did. So I would ask you, was there a big, broad smile on his face when he said that, and a laugh? Or did you detect an underlying fear? As though, were he to publicly disagree with her, there would be real hell to pay in the private part of the White House that night. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Good morning, Art Bell.
Good morning.
Northern Minnesota calling.
Yes, sir.
Had a tremendous Northern Lights display this morning.
Really?
Right about 1:30, 2 o'clock our time. I mean, Art, it looked like a Hollywood opening out there with fire-breathing dragons.
Well, in today's society, you might suggest it was, and people would believe it. Hollywood did it.
Well, I can imagine what would happen with some of our ancient ancestors that seen that.
That's true.
It was, I mean, I just stood there for a half hour and just watched it. It's about 10 degrees out there, too.
Do you happen to recall Father Martin?
Yes.
Do you remember what he said about 7 to 10 days or so, something in the skies? Watch
Correct.
for it?
And I don't know if that's it, because quite simply, it could have been that part of that flare that we're supposed to go through from the sun.
Oh, it probably was.
Because I can tell you right now, normally I listen to you either out of Cleveland, Omaha,
yes,
Chicago,
yes,
and one other place, Minneapolis.
Yes.
I couldn't pick you up on any stations early this morning during that.
We're talking magnetic storm.
And I mean to tell you, WLS was the only station that I could even faintly pick you up on. Minneapolis, which is only 200 air miles from me, I couldn't pick up anything. It was just dead.
Well, that's a testament then to WLS's ability to plow through even a depleted ionosphere.
But I can only tell the people, I'm surprised nobody else called you. It was absolutely spectacular, Art.
I appreciate the call, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
And don't rule out what Father Malachi said. There would, of course, be a scientific explanation for it, right? Wildcard line, you're on the air. Hi.
Hello, Art.
Hi.
Hey, do I get the honors?
Well, actually, now that I look at the clock, you do. Yes, you do. Where are you?
I'm in Palm Desert, California.
That's a good place to do them from. Hey, you know what?
What?
I'm going to be doing an interview later this morning in Palm Desert. Might listen for it on your radio station. All right, do it.
Okay. Good night, America.
Well, that's the way to do it. I will add to it the rest of the cosmos. Thank you all. I'm Art Bell from the high desert. Good night. We've come the whole way this week now with regard to this controversy, beginning with Richard Hoagland, and then, of course, the two scientists we had on last night, Dr. McDaniel, and then Michael Malin tonight. So we've heard from just about everybody, and we will do kind of an assessment of the whole thing as we move forward, I'm sure, this morning, in our conversation with Gregg Braden. And this is a program I have been looking forward to doing for a while. I think you'll enjoy it. First, I again would like to note the sad passing of actor J.T. Walsh. J.T. was most recently on Dark Skies on NBC, and I was fortunate enough to have done a scene with him, spent a couple of hours or more with him. A really, really nice guy. And, of course, he did a lot more than Dark Skies. He did A Few Good Men, Sling Blade, The Grifters, which was a fabulous movie, Good Morning Vietnam, and on and on. He's got a long list. Came to acting late in life and has passed on a heart attack at 54, J.T. Walsh. Very sad. Now, again, I am going to have continuing comments for you on this Mars Global Explorer story, and it, believe me, does not stop here. Not by a long shot. So you'll be hearing more about this next week, but I thought the interview with Dr. Michael Malin was particularly revealing and interesting. And I'll use those words. It was certainly professionally done, but I speak now of the content of Dr. Malin's interview. I just thought it was a bit of a dance, and I would love to, Dr. Malin, if you're out there, I would very much like to interview you personally, and if you can find the time, I can find the time, and I'll leave it at that. Maybe some of you kind people out there would fire some email at Dr. Malin and let him know that I would be very interested in interviewing him personally. Now, scientist, author, and guide to sacred sites throughout the world, Gregg Braden has been featured on television and radio programs nationwide. He has two books that I know many of you know about, one called Awakening to 0 Point and Walking Between the Worlds. They've received wide acclaim as definitive texts marrying ancient traditions, modern science, religion, and spirituality into a unified view of daily life. Professional careers as a geologist and aerospace engineer provide Gregg with the unique ability to guide us through our ancient science of inner technology, offering an original wisdom, moving us beyond the challenges of earth changes, health, and relationship into the greatest possibilities of human experience. Here is, from Florida, Gregg Braden. Gregg, welcome to the program.
Good morning, Art. It's a pleasure to be here this morning.
I'm very happy to have you. With your background, perhaps you would take a moment. You were, after all, an aerospace engineer. I take it you have followed the Mars story and the Cydonia story and the face and the controversy and all the rest of it.
Well, I have, Art. Actually, 1990, I left the corporation that actually built the probes that are doing the photography. Martin Marietta Aerospace had built the Viking probes back in the 70s.
Right.
In 76, and they're playing a key role in this most recent mission. And what I have to confess is, from my location, I was unable to find this last hour's interview. So I'm kind of curious now, just from listening to you, what was the gist of the interview? What was happening with this latest?
Well, Dr. Malin indicated that it would be for him a high point in his career. Were he able to image Cydonia and prove, for example, that the face on Mars is not a natural thing, and that he would, get it out automatically like this. He said, in my opinion, it's going to be about 1 in 50 million that it's not natural. And he said that would be like hitting the $50 million lottery. Now, when you listen to other scientists, Gregg, they come up with numbers almost as strong on the other side, indicating that the work they have done, very extensive with what we have, indicates there's very little chance that these objects are natural at all.
Oh, how interesting.
So I noted that. And then, of course, he said we may not be able to image it at all. There are no guarantees, in which case I just have to say I'm sorry. Now, my comment to Linda, and my comment again tonight, is that examine the lives of most people who win $50 million in the lottery, since that was his analogy. It ruins their lives, generally. They blow the money. They get into drugs, or they start drinking, or they, in some way or another, are not prepared for it. Now, I happen to be a believer in the Brookings study. You know about that?
And I'm familiar with that, yes.
Yes, and I think that it is as operative today as it was the day it was written. I don't think very much about society has really changed, other than a few good E.T. movies and Independence Day and that kind of thing. I think there would be great disruption to religious institutions, scientific institutions, and you're free to disagree with me totally on this, Gregg.
Well, Art, this is, once again, synchronicity chimes in, and as I was thinking about how we may lead in to our discussions tonight, this couldn't have been a more opportune way to do this, because the discussion we're going into now, I thought we might have on the last of our 4 hours, and why not start right there and then just move forward?
Sure.
I believe this is an example of a question that I asked. I actually just wrote an entire article about this in our most recent newsletter.
Okay.
And the question I posed is this. It's a more general question. Why is it that the discoveries that hold the greatest potential for bringing peace into our world are being delayed? And I believe the face on Mars is one of those, certainly the opening of the chambers under the Sphinx, the newly discovered chambers in the Great Pyramid, and the excavation of what appear to be archaeological sites under the ice in Antarctica. And the bottom line for all of those, Art, is if any one of those were to come to fruition publicly,
then we've got a Brookings problem.
Well, what would happen is we would never see ourselves the same again. And in that moment, right. And again, from previous interviews, you may recall, or listeners may recall, I'm an optimist.
Do you think, I know you are, but do you think one of these discoveries, let's pick one, I don't care, Let's go to Egypt and talk about keys. And let's say that they somehow get authorized to dig under the left paw of the Sphinx, and they find, oh my God, the Hall of Records.
Right.
Which indicates that we are not by far the first civilization on the planet, that they have come and gone, and the Hall of Records is thought by many, Greg, and check me if I'm wrong, to be kind of a last will and testament of a civilization for some future civilization.
Right.
Is that?
That's accurate. There are subtexts that suggest that there are many halls of records, and that the particular one under the Sphinx may contain a continuous record of human history for the last 50,000 years or so, prior to its closing around the Ice Age, about 10,500 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
So and that's a perfect example. If that were done in front of live public scrutiny, covered by CNN and the Fox networks, which are proposing to do just that.
Oh, yes.
In that moment, humanity never can look at itself the same again. All of a sudden, we're not Egyptians and Americans and blacks and whites and Native Americans. All of a sudden, we're human with a collective history, and if we're to believe what the texts suggest, we're on a collective path toward a great turning point that is apparently very close at hand, and we'll lead into that for the rest of the evening.
Oh, I believe that.
Well, and the reason I believe, and this is the question I pose, why is it that these discoveries with the greatest potential for peace are being delayed? My question is, are we really ready? Are we really ready to redefine our history? Are we really ready?
I'm more interested in your answer.
What I believe, I'm seeing both sides of the story. And what I'm seeing is there are many more people that are ready, and a handful of people, it appears, that are reluctant. And even in the power structures, I'm seeing a lot of disagreement within the power structures in the past that have said we're not ready, and now there are some that say, well, maybe this is the time if we're ever going to do it. Maybe.
Let me give you an example of why I feel the way I do, and I want you to jump in, and you just jump all over me anytime you want to, all right? I get mail by bins. I get bins of mail at a time. Every time we go to the post office, we have bins of mail. Thousands and thousands of letters. And about 20% of those letters, Greg, are from devout Christians.
Right.
Who think that I'm damn near the devil incarnate, or that I am, and that because I discuss the things that I discuss, the possibilities, for example, that you and I are talking about right now,
right,
that I'm going to go straight to hell without passing go, that I'm deceived, and that I'm working for the devil. 20%, Greg, 20%.
And
now,
what's the reason that they would give for that?
Well, Greg, the discovery that we just talked about as an example in Egypt.
In Egypt.
What do you think that would do to those who take the word of the Bible literally?
Well, this is, again, Art, this is a perfect lead-in for what we're doing tonight, because what happened, and this is the key, and why I've really put a lot of thought into the way we can approach this tonight. 1,700 years ago, Art, key elements of our most sacred texts were taken out of the open literature. And the technology, the belief systems, the history, the science that we have developed since that time are based, at very best, they're based in incomplete understandings of our relationship with our world and with one another.
All right, 1,700 years ago, right?
1,700 years ago.
Right. Why do you think 1,700 years ago they got real revisionist? Why do you think that?
I've gone back and forth. I've looked at the text to see exactly why. This was in the year 325 A.D. during the time of Constantine.
Yes.
We know of at least 25 of what today we would call biblical texts, and at least 20 supporting texts. And this is where it gets really important. They weren't necessarily biblical texts. They were supporting technical documents that were removed in the year 325 A.D., and the texts that were left were rearranged. 700 years later, they were translated to the languages of the West, poorly translated, even further confusing our relationship with our world, our heritage, and between one another.
But, Greg, would you agree there was absolutely intentional revisionist action?
If I'm to believe the historical text, Art, that's what it says. And
you have to believe it was intentional, right?
Well, if I'm to believe the text, and what I know, Art, is that seldom do we know the whole story. And if I'm to believe the text the way they read now, I'd have to say yes. And there was probably more to it that we haven't really had.
Then I would have to say, okay, fine. Why?
Well, why?
Why revise history at about 1700 years? Why?
I don't know why that particular date. I don't know.
No, I'm not asking that. Why do it at all? What's the motivation?
Well, the intent, in the open literature, the intent was that there were redundant texts, they were confusing, they were mysterious, they didn't make sense to the common people, and that's exactly what we're seeing today, is people believing that they can interpret our experience of life for us. So in 1700 years ago, they were saying, the average man really isn't capable of understanding this kind of material. Let's make it simple for him. And we're kind of seeing that same thing again today. And one of the places where, on the one hand, this happened, on the other hand, it may not make that much difference now, because those texts were also the basis for what later became the Dead Sea Scrolls. They were the basis for the Nag Hammadi libraries, the great libraries in Lhasa. By the way, we're going there in April, and next time we do a show, I hope to have some new information directly from those libraries to share with you, because the information was so key. It wasn't relegated to a single text, Art. It was very well known before 1700 years ago. So at the very best, and this is what leads us right into our discussions tonight, at the very best, our view of our world today, our science, our technology, our history, is based in incomplete information. So what I'd say to people who are adamant about looking at the text, I agree 100%. Go back pre-1700 years ago and look at the original texts. And
incomplete, Greg. How about willfully incorrect? Would you go for that?
In some cases, that may be. And to be honest, I'm less concerned with that now.
Well, the reason I'm harping on that is because I think I know the reason why everything was revised when you suggest it was.
Why do you say that?
Well, I say that because I think that what we've been discussing tonight, for example, a discovery in Egypt, would be as disruptive to society as the truth would have been continuing way back when. Oh,
I agree.
You do?
To society as we know it today.
Yes, sir.
So a key portion, and this is where I believe so much of the discussion about this time in history is being overlooked. A key portion of these texts was regarding what today we might call an inner technology. It's the technology it's the technology to intentionally change body chemistry, to intentionally change genetic ordering, intentionally shift immunity within our bodies.
Oh, all of these things. Yes, I know. But these imply a very technologically advanced ancient civilization.
Oh, precisely. So what's happening, Art, is we're witnessing all of these changes. And
just one more thing, Greg.
Sure.
Maybe even a civilization that could put a monument on Mars.
Precisely. And if we're to believe the text, that's precisely what happened. And we can come back to that. What I'd like to do is lay out for the listeners where I'd like to go, and then let's jump back in.
All right, we will do that. We're getting close to the bottom of the hour. Percentage-wise, do you know how many people it took to start the American Revolution?
Do I know? I know it took just a handful.
Nowhere near 20%, Greg.
No.
Nowhere near 20%. All right, hold on. We'll be back to you. I know I'm kind of hung up on that, but I'm so in touch with all of you out there, and 80% of you I know are going to say, baloney, I'm ready. Man, I can handle it. Give me an ancient civilization. Let me know that I was genetically constructed from somebody else. I don't have a problem with that. 80% of you. But fully, 20% of you couldn't even begin to handle it. I rest my case. This is Coast to Coast AM.
From the Kingdom of Nye, more Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell. Here again is Art.
Back now to scientist and author Gregg Braden. Welcome back, Greg.
It's a pleasure to be back. Art, I have to say that was the fastest 20 minutes of discussion I think we've had in a long time. It went by very quickly.
Yes. Well, I think it's at the very root of everything else that we talk about. I mean, we can discuss the evidence for past civilizations, and I think there's damn good evidence. We can discuss the fact that they may have left artifacts on the moon that might have had space travel, might have had genetic altering capabilities. We could discuss the possibility of extraterrestrial visitors who have tampered with our genetics or may even be our creators for all we know. But whatever we're talking about, the Hall of Records, you name it, it all comes down to the same thing. Is society prepared to accept this knowledge without toppling?
Art, this is exactly the place. I thought we might end up here in about 4 hours in our discussion, and so we're beginning here. Who knows where we'll go? I believe this is the opportunity of discussions like this and of a program like yours. And I agree with you. I believe there are more people who are ready to embrace the possibility of a heritage much greater than we've ever been led to believe. Relatively few people who believe we're not ready for it, and those few, in many instances, are the ones who are dictating the policies that are preventing us from accessing that heritage. And I believe, and I've seen this in my own program, this is the 12th year now that I've offered these programs in one form or another. They watch the programs. They listen to shows like this.
I'm sure.
And I believe if we develop this information responsibly and say, yes, maybe that information was taken from us 1,700 years ago, maybe it wasn't. I think it's how we go about embracing it and implementing it into our lives today that determines how quickly it is actually acknowledged and made public. And
this is good. You're going to be the optimist. I'm going to be the pessimist. I'm going to, for example, say now, Greg, I'm even willing to entertain the notion that there is a cabal of some sort, generally separate from our elected representative government, that is preventing this information from coming forth.
Okay.
In other words, I don't think, for example, the Clinton administration would prevent this kind of information.
No,
but I think this has been controlled by a group of people or organizations for a long time. I'm starting to sound like Richard Hoagland. But I really think that I can embrace that possibility.
Well, it ties back into what we were talking about earlier. 1,700 years ago, when this information was taken out of our general text, it was relegated to secret societies, mystery schools, priesthoods that have evolved over time. What I'm saying now, Art, is that you and me and our listeners in this generation, we have a choice now because we have the opportunity to rise above what that means and find a more positive way to acknowledge it, say, okay, it happened 1,700 years ago. This is now. Let's bring this wisdom into our lives now. Let's integrate it into our societies responsibly, into our technologies, and let's take humanity to places that we've only dreamed of in conscious memory, because we've already been angry. We've already chastised those who, have kept this from us before. I think we have the choice now to move in a new direction and to do this a new way. And again, maybe that's just the optimist in me. I've seen this happen before in smaller groups.
I am going to be going on a cruise in May, with Dr. Zahi Hawass, who is the Antiquities Director at Giza, and Graham Hancock, Robert Bivall, Daniel Brinkley, and I'm going to be moderating a debate between these gentlemen. Every prospect, some one of them, or even me, may be going into the sea. That was a comment made, by the way, by Dr. Hawass.
It's cold water up there, all right?
It's cold water indeed. Now, I will have an opportunity to ask Dr. Hawass any and all questions I wish to. If you had that opportunity, Greg, what would you ask him?
I would probably ask him the same thing that you are going to ask him. I would ask if that chamber has been opened in recent history.
Answer no.
Yes or no?
No, the answer is no.
Well, that's my understanding. The answer is no. I was just quoted on the World Wide Web as having said yes, and we had been in there. And
really?
That was just a couple of weeks ago.
Was that an accurate quote?
It was not accurate. We were just there. We came home in December, and to the best of my knowledge, when we left, it had not been opened, although I believe we're very close.
I am answering as Zahi would. I didn't say that was necessarily what I believed. Zahi would say no, and then I asked him another question. I've got it on videotape when I was there. I said, Dr. Hawass, what evidence is there that at one time this may have been Atlantis? And his answer, in good, strong Egyptian accented voice, was, Art, never one drop of sand has ever indicated Atlantis was anywhere near here.
You know, Art, this ties back. The first question you asked me when we came on almost an hour ago, if we were to confirm this face on Mars, which by some estimates is being dated at over 50,000 years old, which incidentally is the same age that the Hall of Records, the continuous record of human history, over 50,000 years, or if...
By the way, how do we know that? How do we know it's that old?
We don't know for sure. This is what some of the records, as we go back and look at the dates and the records of Herodotus and Greek historians, and we piece the dates together, these are the kinds of dates that we're coming up with, and it's all circumstantial evidence for right now. New Earth imaging radar is showing vast archaeological sites, what look to be vast archaeological sites, underneath several miles of ice in Antarctica. And again, my question is if...
There would be another one that would do it, by the way.
Well, if we're really serious about understanding our history, why are these kinds of discoveries being delayed? My belief is that we're still preparing, and I had this very discussion with Graham Hancock, Robert Bivall, John West. We met in Boulder, Colorado twice in 1997 in private meetings. And what I shared with them is it's the perspective I'd like to bring to this discussion this evening. If these cultures and if these technologies were indeed here 50,000 years ago, we know, for example, that Australian Aboriginal DNA can be traced back at least 35,000 years directly. So we know we were here at least 35,000 years ago. There's a good chance, Art, that these societies and the sciences were based on a very different technology than the path that we have chosen today. And my offering to Bivall and Hancock and West was that we may even accelerate the process of understanding what's in these chambers if we understand this technology, and that it's a technology we're just now beginning to suspect. Our own science is documenting this inner technology today, and we'll get into that for the rest of the evening.
Dr. Hovind, do you know the name Dr. Hovind?
I do not. I'm not familiar with that name.
He is a creationist. And as a matter of fact, I think they're going to repeat that program this weekend. We have new policy, folks, of repeating older programs now, so it'll be like 7 days a week of new shows. Anyway, I think he'll be on this weekend, I think. And you know what he thinks, Greg?
No, I'm not familiar with his work.
He thinks that we are 6,000 years old, not a year older. 6,000 years.
This is a synchronicity again, Art. I was just going to say those exact words because you asked the implications. There are some belief systems that believe Earth is exactly 6,000 years old, and then we look at the Aboriginal oral traditions that go back many thousands of years. We look at their DNA that goes back 35,000 years. We look at the implications in our own history, and we believe that we're pretty liberal here in the West in some respects. And we look at what happened with John West and Robert Schoch trying to date the Sphinx at only 8,000 years old, and we're talking about now dating that pre-Ice Age. The implications. I believe this is the generation where all this changes. This is the generation where we are living the past paradigm, and we're developing a new one, and that's happening in the presence of one another in this generation. Next generation, it'll be a little easier because the new ideas now have been offered. But this is the generation. I think history will look back at this generation, Art, and they're going to say this is where the choices were made to embrace the inner technology rather than giving our power away to the machines that we've built. This is the generation that chose to really embrace the history and the heritage that we have behind us and carry it forward. I think
Greg, what social signs could you point to for me to substantiate that this generation is going to be the one?
I'm looking at what I look at are patterns of energy, and we can look at those many different ways.
Patterns of energy.
Almost universally, ancient texts, traditions, calendars point to this time in history as being unique in terms of Earth and human experience.
I think something's going to happen.
Sure, they point to all kinds of changes that we can expect. I'm looking at social changes, political changes, economic changes. I'm looking at the very obvious things, the breaking down of communist ideals, the way that families are restructuring the family units globally, not just in the West. I'm looking at how many new ideas, new kinds of ideas we've had to embrace to bring us to the point where we are right now. And for me, that's very exciting. What I see is a relatively small handful of people who are holding on to the old ideas that were not ready, and they're watching really carefully, Art, to see how people embrace the new ideas. Let me give you an example.
Greg, this is the same handful of people that burned witches at the stake.
It very well could be, Art. It very well could be.
It is. Oh, it is.
In the mid-'70s, I was working in the oil and gas industry as a geologist, and I was also working as an engineer on the side developing free energy devices with some other researchers you may have even had on your show.
Now, there's an interesting combination. You worked as a geologist looking for oil and stuff and worked on free energy at the same time?
At the same time. And in the 90s, I worked in the defense...
Yeah, I'm surprised you weren't burned at the stake.
Well, in the 90s, I worked for the Defense Department, working on the MX missile, and at the same time was developing programs based in the ancient sciences of compassion.
You worked on the MX?
I worked on the Peacekeeper missile from 85 until 90. Was my
I'm curious, Greg. We're going to get off to the side here, but
sure.
I can't help but ask. I've never talked to anybody who did that. What sort of mental processes does one experience as you work on a world-ending weapon?
Well, Art, the first thing I asked myself is, why me? Of all people, with my background, my beliefs, my understandings in peace and compassion,
yes, why
did I find myself in that project? And I think that's exactly why, because I had at that time, such a charge on, such a judgment about that kind of technology. I had just read a book by Carl Sagan called The Cold and the Dark.
Yes.
Which was a modeling of scenarios between the U.S. and the Soviets in the event of a nuclear war. And when I hired on with in the aerospace industry, I believed I was going to work on space programs. And what happens, Art, if you've ever worked around these, before they hire you, and then you wait 4, 5, or 6 months for your clearance before you ever know what project you're assigned to.
Well, you did work on a space program. It's just that your craft came down pretty quick.
No, I worked on others. I worked on the Magellan probes.
I understand.
Space shuttle.
That was a joke.
I know it was. I should have taken a minute to to laugh. It was a really very difficult time in my life, and when my assignment came down, I thought I'd be on the space shuttle or something like that, and they said, well, you'll write software in support of the Peacekeeper. And I thought Peacekeeper, that sounds great. What's that? And they said, well, it's what we call the MX missile, and I thought, my God,
nuclear winter generator.
And I had to work through that. I had many sleepless nights.
That's what I was asking.
Sure, many sleepless nights. My wife at that time would see me wake up in bed sweating at night because I said, why in the world am I doing this? And what I came to understand, and many listeners already know this, the technology in and of itself isn't good or bad. It's how it's applied. And at that time, Art, I'm not saying that...
Wait a minute now. Does that statement really apply to the MX? In other words, I can't think of any more negative side of nuclear technology than we could discuss than the MX or the SS-18 or 20 or whatever, on the other side or whatever.
Well,
nuclear missiles that, if used, would... well, you tell me.
Well,
if there had been a full exchange, Greg, what would have occurred? Or if there could still be one, for that matter. I think it's very dangerous to...
What I'll say, Art, is, as in many cases, seldom do we have all the information when we're having these conversations. And what has just come out, and this was actually part of the discussion I thought we'd get into later tonight, the reason that so many Eastern Bloc countries were so ready to let go of the nuclear arsenal is because they had something even better that today we call biological weapons. There was a Dateline just did a special on it 2 nights ago.
Yeah.
And it was, for whatever reason, it's the path that we chose, Art. We did have relative peace and stability during the 20 or so years that we were doing this, and the choices were made then to back down on all sides. And that's precisely what happened. What we didn't hear is that there were other things in the wings.
But at the time that you were doing that work, you didn't know any of this.
We did. Actually, at the time we were doing the work, we knew that, and it was a very personal thing for me. I thought about leaving.
You knew that the communist bloc was going to break up then?
Oh, no, not that. Certainly not that.
See, that's what I mean. In other words, at the time that you did the work,
right,
the possibility was still thought to be strong that we could have a nuclear war.
We knew that there were other weapon systems that were being developed based on electromagnetics and based on bacteriological weaponry.
Well, that's a whole separate discussion.
It is, and that these very quickly would be moved into obsolescence. We knew that even before the program was finished. We knew that, but it didn't make any difference for me. I was still writing software to support that, and for whatever reason, that's the path that our consciousness chose. That path was a relatively stable path during that time. It held that stability until the time when both sides would back down during the Reagan administration.
I am not in any way criticizing, and I think Ronald Reagan forced the end of communism. I thought that for a long time, and the MX was one of the things that did the trick. So I'm not criticizing that in any way. I was just sort of vaguely curious about the mental process you went through working on such a weapon.
Well, I appreciate your sensitivity to that. It's a question that I'm seldom asked, and it was actually a really very challenging time in my life, especially because of my belief systems. And again, I think we find ourselves in those positions, and we have a really strong judgment regarding something. We often find ourselves in the presence of that just so we can come to terms with what that judgment is all about.
Do you get close to quitting?
Pardon me?
Did you get close to quitting?
Not quitting, reassigning. And again, my focus was always more on the space program than defense, and the two were very closely related.
And are today.
At that time, well, they were, and they were good companies. We did a good job, and the program was almost obsolete before it ever completed because new technologies were being SDI was coming in. We were also part of the SDI platforms that were being developed, Star Wars Defense Initiative, at that time, that's a whole different discussion.
It is, and I would simply ask you, if we were attacked, if there was a full-scale attack from Russia, for example, do we have enough of SDI in place to shoot down the missiles?
You know, Art, no one really openly has ever said that we ever deployed SDI.
I know.
What I know is that when we tested them,
yes,
you know, they went up on the shuttles for testing, and once they were testing, many of them were left in place. And to what extent and how much, some of the programs were never developed, others were developed to greater or lesser extents. And I really believe, and the reason I kind of hedge on that is because I believe that SDI was never implemented for that purpose. I think it was for something much different than that.
And that, too, is another discussion, and maybe we'll have it. We're at the top of the hour. I'm Art Bell. Gregg Braden is my guest, and this, of course, is Coast to Coast AM. Once again, here's Gregg Braden. Greg?
I'm here.
All right. I guess we're going to backtrack a little bit. And regardless of, and by the way, I want to say one more thing. Having said everything I said last hour to you, I am still in favor, regardless of what I think the consequences are going to be, of plowing ahead and learning the truth, no matter what the truth may turn out to be.
As am I, Art, and what I wanted to do just before the top of the hour, we'd started a conversation and we digressed just a little bit, and I wanted just to have some completion with that before we go on.
Let us do that.
The example I had two examples. When I was working in oil and gas and also developing free energy techniques on the side, what we discovered, and I believe this applies to this plowing ahead with the truth of our heritage and our history, is when we took those free energy, proven, demonstrable, tangible,
real
technologies, working prototypes, and we took them into the organizations that would be responsible for implementing them.
Yes.
When they saw them as threatening to what they had at that time, that's when we ran into the problems. And when we went in with them and said, look, this is a possibility. Let's work together to develop this and implement this the way it makes sense. It was received in a much different vein, and those programs are continuing today. And I believe that this
what would be some examples, Greg?
Power systems with no moving parts, for example, simply tuned to the pulse of the Earth. And I'm sure you've had guests on your show who have...
I've heard a lot of talk, and of course they have meetings where they display these things and so forth and so on, but I have yet to see the first practical application. Have you seen it? In other words, can I go out and buy one of these machines today?
I don't know if you can buy them in the States. They're being developed overseas.
Where?
For 12-volt power systems for agricultural pumps, for example, in third-world countries. Power systems in homes that...
are you talking about free energy devices or over unity devices?
Well, there's a lot of discussion about the two, and that's going to lead us into a whole new conversation. But what I'll say is they're much more widely accepted. They're being developed now as alternatives. They're working them into heavily industrialized third-world countries where they can't bring power lines. They're not going to burn kerosene at a gallon a minute. And for relatively light applications, and again, I'm saying 12-volt agricultural pumps, things like that. They're not powering...
12 volts from what, Greg?
12 volts from... What's the question?
The question is, what's the device?
12-volt pumps pumping water up out of the ground. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay, the 12 volts being derived, the power source being derived from where?
There are a number of technologies. Some of them are simply tuned to the Earth. Some of them are tuned to the atmospheric Earth potential.
Okay, I know. You're talking about Tesla stuff.
Well, some of it's Tesla technology. John Keeley was right around the same time. Rife, all these researchers were all working around the same time.
I know of no technology of the type that you just talked about that's actually being used. A power derived from the Earth or from the atmosphere that generates 12 volts or 1 volt for that matter.
The problem with the voltage is easy. It's the amperage that's the challenge, and that's where the Tesla coils and things like that.
But even the voltage, Greg, I know about the history of Tesla, but I have never seen one of these devices, and I have begged to see them.
Well, you know, they've been on where I saw them first in Colorado Springs in 1988 at the Red Lion Hotel at a Tesla conference.
I know. I hear about these things. Give me the name of a company and the number here on the air, if you wish, where I can order one of these.
I don't have it at my fingertips, Sir Art, and I'd be happy to dig that out for you. And
that's because I don't think they exist.
You don't think they're there, huh?
No, I don't. I'm sorry, I don't know.
Well,
I wish they were there, and I think they could.
Sure.
I think they could be there, Greg. That's an important difference, but they are not there now. And they may be at the conferences, and I know there's a lot of very interesting things that are presented, but give me a company name, give me a number, let me order one of these devices, go out, stuff it in the earth, put up my antenna, whatever it is I have to do, get my voltage and even limited amounts of current, and I'll be a believer.
Well, I didn't know we were going to have that conversation tonight. I don't have it right here at my fingertips, and I'd be happy to get back with you on that kind of information.
Okay.
What I'm saying is when that kind of information is taken into an existing power structure, how it's introduced makes all the difference in the world in terms of how it's received.
Well, the fact of the matter is, Greg, looking around America and the Third World, and I've done a lot of travel in the Third World, believe me, you know what they're doing? They're burning coal, they're burning oil, they're burning fossil fuels, and I think they're going to keep doing it for another 45 years, which is about when we're going to run out.
Well, they know they can't do it that long, and that's why I don't think it'll happen for that long. But the concept that we're applying here, that's the same thing with history. If you go barging into the power structures and say, look, your history is going out the window. This is the history we're going to use from this point forward. We've just gotten nowhere. We've done that before, and we've seen that. Now, I think we have the opportunity to say, to Zahi Hawass, for example, it's a perfect example. We were just in Egypt, Art, and we saw this. The Egyptians, some of them don't care about any of this. They could care less.
Oh, I know.
Some of them are genuinely interested, and they're really frightened by what this means to Egypt, what it means to their history.
It would very much disturb Egyptian history and belief systems, and they would be a fine first example.
Certainly. So what I'm saying, what I've found is that when we go and work with these people and say, look, you don't have all the information, we don't have all the information, let's work together, get all the facts, and from those facts, let's move forward and see what makes sense. That's much different than going in and saying your story doesn't work anymore. We're going to toss it out the window, and we're going to implement this new history. When we were there, I was in Egypt in it was December of '96, and one of the most mysterious, and by some estimates, John West certainly believes it's one of the oldest sites outside of Giza, is about 90 miles west of Luxor, a little village of Abydos. And that's where we find the Seti I temple that's built on top of something even older that's called the Osirian, the Temple of Osiris, very non-Egyptian. You may have seen it when you were there this last trip.
I did not, but I know of it.
Well, when we were there, it's been off limits intermittently, depends on the political situation, things like that. We were there in '96. There was an archaeologist who was there. There's no dates, no hieroglyphics. It's never really been dated. We know that there's another temple on top that's dated at 2800 BC, so this one has to predate that, and there wasn't supposed to be anything happening there, certainly on that magnitude. And what the archaeologist was doing, he was saying, okay, let's look at empirical dating methods. Assuming the Nile River floods once a year, which it has throughout recorded human history,
right.
He said, let's count the number of layers of silt on top of this. And he said, even if there were times in history where the Nile flooded twice a year, we'd be off by 50%. We'd still have some idea of what we're talking about. Well, when we were there in '96, they counted 22 1,000 layers of Nile silt on top of this temple. So if we assume one per year, one Nile flood per year, we're talking about 22,000 years. If they're off by 50%, it's still 11,000 years. And that kind of data, the Egyptian archaeologists, they have to look at that.
I believe, Greg, that in fact there were prior high technologically achieving civilizations on Earth that may have come and gone many times. I believe that almost without question.
I believe that as well, Art, and that's precisely where the rest of our conversation tonight is going to lead to, because up until 1,700 years ago, we knew pretty much what they knew. We understood fundamental key relationships between ourselves, our world, the way that we function within our world, and when those left, when they were taken out of our text 1,700 years ago, we developed a science, a mathematics, a technology that it's the best we could do with what we had, and it's based on incomplete information. Now, even though those texts were taken from us, as we're going back into the great libraries in Lhasa in Tibet, for example, or through the Nag Hammadi Library, or the Dead Sea Scrolls, or the Gnostic traditions, or wherever in Ethiopia, the translations in Ethiopia, wherever they're coming from, they're telling us about, they're reminding us of what I think many people always felt inside. That's just what you're saying, Art, that our history predates what our texts are saying to us, and that we lived our lives much differently then than we do now. The reason this is important is because I know you've had many guests on your show, and I certainly have people that come to my conferences and my seminars, and they're saying, well, Greg, what about the breakdown of the ozone layer and high-frequency ultraviolet light?
Okay, just before, we're going to get to specifics, but sure. Just before we delve into that, Greg, you must know of Professor Michio Kaku.
I do not. I'm not familiar with that name at all.
All right. He is one of the nation's premier theoretical physicists. I interviewed him, I think, 2 or 3 days ago. He has a theory that I want you to listen to.
All right.
That there are various levels of civilizations scattered throughout the galaxy, the universe, that there are type 0 civilizations, that would be us, the type that burn coal and oil and use raw materials to achieve their energy needs.
Okay.
Then there would be a type 1 civilization, which would have harnessed the power of the planet in which it lives. The kind of thing that you were talking about a little while ago.
All right.
Then there would be a type 2 that would harness the power of a sun. Literally the power of a sun. And then there would be higher and higher levels of civilization. And it is his view, Greg, that there are countless numbers of type 0 civilizations that never make it to type 1.
Precisely.
They blow themselves to smithereens, or their environment is destroyed and they destroy themselves. And the odds of making it from type 0 to type 1, and he thinks we're on the cusp, by the way. Right?
I agree 100%.
I know. But he said the odds of any type 0 getting to be a type 1 are so close to 0 that you wouldn't even want to hear them.
I think we're about to blow those odds right out of the water.
You're my optimist.
Well, no, I agree. I agree with what he's saying, and this is the technology. We've gotten this far. We've backed down from the global destruction of a nuclear war, for example. Now, who knows what we're going to do with the biological weapons.
Okay, so that means you must know where those 100 suitcase nukes are.
Art, what I know is this. Whatever happens in our world out there,
yes,
we have to reconcile it inside of our bodies. We were left the inner technology to know how to do that. That's the piece that's being overlooked by the scenarios of solar flares, of ozone breakdowns.
Oh, so many ways to kill ourselves. Actually, you mentioned the ideal one a little bit earlier, and I think you're absolutely correct. I don't think that our peril will end up being nuclear dust, radioactive dust. I think that more likely the little things will get us, and we are actively, whether people want to believe it or not, with black ops, creating the nastiest, meanest killing machines that you can't even see, biological killing machines, and all it would take is one accident, and our tombstone goes up for a type 0.
Art, this is the crux on the Dateline program. I think it was this is Friday night.
Right.
It was Wednesday evening.
Yes, sir.
They had a Soviet defector who was in charge of biological weapons production and defected to the U.S.
That's right.
He said there were to inoculate. The interviewer asked the question, "Can't we inoculate ourselves against these?" He said to do that, you would have to inoculate yourself, our entire Western or global civilization, against at least 52 viruses and bacteria. And he said no one right now can survive 52 immunizations. This is the crux of the whole conversation that we're having here.
Yep.
We can externally try to fix all of those biological entities, or and this is the part that's being missed. I'm going to say this again and again. Or we shift internally, moving ourselves out of resonance, out of the range of where those things are meaningful to our bodies, and that's precisely what we're seeing happening.
Well, it's a race.
And my question is, and this is where we're going to go for the rest of the evening, is there a new race, a new species, rather, of human that's being birthed among us right now? And I believe the answer is yes. I believe that because if we define ourselves genetically the way that we always have, something has happened since 1995 to human DNA, documented in the open literature. It's not being well publicized. And that something, that change, is what it is that sets us apart from those inordinate statistics that say we'll never make it.
Many call them the Millennium Children.
It's happening within our generation, Art, and it's called spontaneous genetic mutation in the open literature, and this is the mystery to modern science. We've seen genetic changes happen at the beginning of a new generation in response to something in the old generation.
Now, you're making a pretty wild statement. You're saying that we are presently undergoing a genetic change.
It's backed up. It's well
Greg,
documented.
can you prove that?
I certainly can, Art. I've pulled together a few notes. I've documented in the new book, and it's widely publicized in the open literature. It's not getting the attention because researchers are viewing the changes as discrete, non-related, independent anomalies.
All right, Greg, listen, we're at the bottom of the hour.
Sure.
Pull out your notes. Because
I've got them right here.
All right, when we come back, we'll discuss the specifics of what genetic change has been documented. It's going to be an interesting point-counterpoint kind of night. I'm Art Bell, and this is Coast to Coast AM. It really is fun interviewing such an optimist, and he's Gregg Braden, and he's a scientist, he's an author. He wrote Awakening to Zero Point and Walking Between the Worlds, and here he is once again. Greg, welcome back. Subject DNA.
A pleasure to be back, Art. And I just have to say, my optimism isn't simply blind optimism. It's based on some leading-edge research. Some of it's less than a year old, and a very different view of ancient texts and ancient traditions.
Sure.
What I'd like to say, Art, it's 3:30 here on the East Coast.
Yes, sir.
Some people may be coming on or dropping off. Could I give out a couple of 800 numbers for those people?
Absolutely. Your books, for example?
Sure. Well, a lot of people are asking. We have a free newsletter that talks about many of these things. It gives schedules of our talks around the country.
You have a free newsletter?
It's been free for 12 years now. 1-800-637.
Wait a minute. 1-800-637.
5222. And
boy,
for book tapes and videos,
right?
800-243-1438.
243-1438.
Yes.
That's for books and videos.
Yes.
And you have a free newsletter.
Free newsletter, and there's an article in the current one discussing this very topic. Are we ready to embrace a new view of our history? And Pretty fascinating article. I think a lot of people might be interested in seeing that.
Oh, I should say so. So again, folks, let me help you out. I know people ran for paper and pencil and stuff. Free newsletter. Free. 1-800-637-5222, and I bet it's already busy. Books and tapes, including Awakening to 0 Point. That's a very popular book. How many books have you sold?
You know, it's interesting, Art. We've done very little advertising. We've got about 60,000 in print right now.
I believe that.
Worldwide. They're showing up all over those.
All right. Books and tapes. 1-800-243-1438. All right. Now, you made an incredible statement. You said that there is evidence that human DNA is changing.
Yes.
What is the evidence?
This is the crux of our whole conversation tonight, Art, and I'm going to back up 2 sentences. I'm going to give a context to this, and we're going to move forward with a tremendous amount of information here.
All right.
Almost universally, ancient traditions suggest that something unique is happening to Earth. You've certainly documented that in your book. I've done it in mine. And to the human body, to our bodies at this time in history, and that is the portion, I believe, that so many people are overlooking when we're looking at this outrageous phenomenon and falling magnetics and solar flares and ozone breakdowns and new diseases. We're looking at it from the perspective of our bodies being stagnant, being what we've always seen and believed them to be. And through the ancient traditions, the Mayan traditions, indigenous traditions, and now our own science is bearing witness to an amazing phenomenon. And I'm a little surprised it's not making front-page news in popular journals, although it is in technical journals.
All right, well, I sure agree with you regarding what's going on. The solar storms, the extremes of weather. I believe our weather to be changing. The ozone layer deterioration. I know all about that. That's well documented from space, in fact. And on and on and on and on. So, yeah, the world is changing. But what you're telling us is we're changing with it and that our DNA is changing. What evidence of that do you have?
Well, in 1953, we discovered what we call our human genetic code. And we discovered 62 possible codes that allow what we call carbon-based life. Art, and anyone who's in life sciences remembers when they studied that, and it's still being taught in school today, one of the great mysteries of our human genetic code is why so much of our code appears to be unused.
Right, that's true.
Statistics range about 30% are used, about 60% are unused.
I think that's right, yeah.
We've believed that they were simply vestiges of something maybe from our past and really not well understood. Well, what researchers are documenting now, I'll lay out the generalities, we'll go into specifics, is that those codes that we believed were possibly vestiges of something we no longer need appear, at least in some documented cases, to be dormant codes that may be awakened by choices that we make in terms of our response to the challenges of life. Maybe the magnetics of Earth declining are a challenge, or the breakdown of the ozone and high-frequency ultraviolet light. And it's relatively recently we've really begun to embrace the possibility that maybe we have a variable genetic code rather than a fixed code, and that variable code is what assures that we beat those odds that you just gave a little while ago of whether or not we survive this time in history and we survive these great changes.
We may change and adapt to what our planet is becoming. I can accept all of that, but what I would ask is, what scientific evidence do you have of actual genetic change?
We'll go back. I'm going to go back to 1995 because this is when 95 is relatively recent, and then we'll bring it up to even more current.
Okay.
1995 is I think, when I first began seeing the inklings of this published, and I was scouring the tech journals. And I'll just say right off, I'm not a geneticist, although I've had to learn a lot about chemistry and genetics to stay on top of this research. 1995, for the first time, to my knowledge, Art, there was a global blood study that was done that crossed geographic, age-defined, cultural, ethnic backgrounds. And the impetus for this blood study was the HIV virus. Researchers were trying to determine really where this epidemic was going. So I think that was the driver.
Right.
What they discovered surprised the researchers. It was published in lay journals. Actually, the study was carried out by the Aaron Diamond AIDS Research Center in New York City.
Okay.
It was published in the Science Journal, Science News, Science Magazine, Nature, things like that. What they discovered was that at least 1%, now that's not a large percentage, and it means that it happened, at least 1% of our global population that was tested had DNA that had mutated to the point where it was highly resistant to the HIV virus. They wouldn't use the word immune, although the resistance was measured up to 3,000 times the resistance of the average human against the HIV virus.
All right. Now, may I stop you and
Sure.
I am very well aware that there are, for example, in Africa, there are prostitutes that are virtually immune to the AIDS virus. They have proven this.
Right.
But I've seen no writing suggesting that this immunity was acquired through a mutated genetic structure. Where is that? In other words, how can we know that it's actually mutated in the time we've been watching, or even a generation or two, versus just the fact that we've got some people with a slightly different genetic structure in just the right place?
Art, I couldn't have done it better. Your question is leading us right to where we're going. That's why this study is different.
Okay.
Because in this study, they noted two things. First of all, they noted how unusual it is for this to happen within the same generation, where the challenge, in this case, the HIV virus, has been the problem. In other words, they would expect to see it maybe in the offspring of these people. What they noted in this study, and there was a researcher named Nathaniel Landau who backed this up, and then there was further research done at the University of Alabama in Birmingham, and I'll get into that in just a minute. They said that this is an example of what they were calling spontaneous genetic mutation. It was of recent evolutionary origin, and that's a direct quote from them. It appeared to have happened within the lifetime of the individual rather than at birth, in response to something that was introduced into their lives. The study at University of Alabama at Birmingham actually has documented now 5 gene sets that appear to be dormant in some people and turned on during the lifetime of others in response. And again, this is for HIV. They're looking at the HIV virus.
No, that's fine.
In response to the challenge of the HIV virus, they've actually determined which at least 5 gene sets that are enabled, that have been disabled prior to that. Now,
all right, so that would mean that they have 2 genetic studies of the subjects that you're talking about. One showing a certain genetic structure or a certain set of gene sets, and a second study later showing the revised or changed or activated gene sets, depending on how you want to put it. Is that what they have?
Well, those were the 2 initial studies. The second one was done in, they were both done in 1996, and they were released right around August of 96. This is important because it led to a myriad of additional studies, and these led into other areas that were not HIV related. Some of them were cancer related. Right. It goes on and on. What they're finding, Art, is that in human DNA, in a DNA map, we have what are called URF, unused reading frames, and that's simply, it's a technical term, it means there's a portion of human DNA that appears to be unused.
Right.
Those portions, of URFs, is where these new kinds of DNA are appearing from, and it's happening so frequently now. There's actually a publication called Cytokine, Cytokine. And like you, when I first began to hear this, I thought, okay, it happened once or twice. How much is this really happening? And a publication called Cytokine is documenting, it's maybe about a half-inch thick every month, every 30 days it comes out, new amino acids that we've never seen before in human population studies. And these new amino acids are allowing tremendously enhanced immune systems. They're allowing cellular regeneration faster than we've ever documented in these kinds of populations before. And it all appears to be related to the outlook that these people have on the conditions of their lives. So what they're finding is that indeed there's something happening to, 10, 15 years ago, we were told that anyone that tested positive for HIV would probably succumb to full-blown AIDS within 10 to 14 years.
Right.
That no longer is true, and I believe, and maybe this is the optimist in me again, I believe that we will never, as a global population, succumb to AIDS, because there's a part of us collectively we've chosen to enable that portion of ourselves, to enable physiologically or biologically the conditions that render us, if not immune, at least highly resistant to AIDS.
Okay, Greg. All right, let me stop you there.
Okay.
We are now giving to AIDS-infected people a soup made up of AZT and protease inhibitors and other things, one other thing I can't recall. And I am told by most scientists that particularly these protease inhibitors, in conjunction with the other drugs they already have, are actually able to eradicate the HIV virus to the degree that they can no longer measure it in the body. It doesn't mean it isn't latent, but they can no longer measure it. Right. And that is I think, conventional wisdom, scientific reason that we are not having as many deaths of AIDS. In fact, I think it's now down for the second year in a row, but that would be the amount of time that we've been using these new treatments. What you're suggesting is that we are becoming naturally immune or building our immunity to AIDS, and that's why we're seeing fewer cases.
Globally, AIDS deaths from AIDS that are recorded anyway are down. Last year they were down 13% in 1997. I don't know where they are first 2 months of 98. We're just getting into this research, Art, because now the question that these researchers were asking and where this research has led is some pretty astounding implications that tie right back into the ancient texts, right back into what happened 1,700 years ago, into a way of approaching life, or a code of conduct, if you will, that allows our bodies the fullest expression of these genetic codes and our truest nature. Our truest nature.
Would you suggest that without this cocktail they're giving to HIV-infected people, we would be having now the same remission patterns, the same lowering of the number of new cases because of genetic change?
I believe that because of the relatively few number of people that are taking the cocktail, and because of the global decrease, number one, and number two, because in UCLA in 1996, and this was also reported in New England Journal of Medicine, there were children that were born HIV positive
and went negative.
And they didn't only go negative, it disappeared from their bodies.
That is a fact.
They were not doing the cocktails, and some of them happened within months. And the first one, the child was measured at birth at 19 and 30 days.
Spontaneous remission, but remember, this is an infant with an incredible immune system.
Precisely, which goes back to the question of what's different between their immune system and ours. Number one, and the second thing to bring up, and I know we're going to break here.
No, we're okay. I want to hit you with one thing, then you can continue. What about Bangkok? What about Thailand? I'm aware the statistics there are that about 8 out of 10 prostitutes are HIV positive.
Right.
And it's because they don't practice safe sex.
Right.
It's because of needle transfer. It's because of it. So why would that be?
Okay, Art, now this is where the controversy comes in, and this is where the science comes in, because the key in, it appears, and I'll get into the research, if not before, after the top of the hour, so people come back. The key in whether or not these dormant codes are enabled, whether or not, what's the switch that turns off and turns on these key genetic sequences, it appears to be a lost technology, a lost science that we call emotion married with logic. In other words, our belief systems, how we feel, how we respond, our outlook, our view of life, and now carried into the cancers and other debilitating conditions. These are being proven out. Now, just before we go to the top of the hour, I want to share one of the studies that was done, and I don't know why these studies don't make Time magazine. I really don't. This was Stanford University, 1996, a gentleman named William Tiller, who is really well known in his field of researching the relationship between emotion and the immune system. The way he laid this out in this particular study was that he looked at the human body as a series of biological oscillators and equated them with electronic oscillators that we're used to dealing with in our laboratories.
Right.
And what he found was that the oscillators of the human body can be synchronized through mental and emotional self-control, through our outlook on life. And in doing that, they documented direct correlations to HRV, heart rate variability. There's a study I'll share with you after the break.
We know that yogis, for example, can actually cause their heart to begin to, actually can stop it.
But these aren't yogis. What they're finding, and they've taken this even a step...
No, but with the yogis, it has been so well documented.
Well, sure. And the point is, we're not all yogis. And we all have emotion, and emotion has been so overlooked in the Western world for the first time, Art, and I've witnessed, documented, we show this in our seminars, and I've been part of the research. We've actually documented emotion as a physical waveform, and that waveform we've actually documented now, I've seen documented, how that waveform either turns off or turns on key genetic sequences on DNA, and that is a technology. And that's the technology, I believe, one of 4 key technologies that was lost 1,700 years ago.
Wouldn't you agree, though, that if they had actually documented genetic change, that it would be front-page news in lay newspapers, much less medical?
And I'll tell you why, Art, because the implications are not well understood.
All right, but listen, the clock is not our friend at the moment. We've got a break, and we will pick up exactly on the other side of the newscast, all right?
Okay.
You're listening to a rebroadcast of Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell.
I promise we will soon go to the phones with Gregg Braden, because I think we have the essence almost out. Just a little more to do. I want to read a supportive fax for you, Gregg. It says, Dear Gregg and Art, I am coming to believe that my 2-year-old son is a good example of the adaptation you are alluding to. And indeed, the more time we spend with him, the more I sense he is somehow, in a subtle way, bringing us along with him. The kinds of sensitivities he demonstrates to sounds and lights and other life forms around him seem to gently prod us into noticing the same things, and his rhythms with regard to activity and rest cycles are seemingly infectious, though there is obviously much peril ahead, no doubt. I think the subconscious decision we have made to go on into the future has created the window through which we are now passing. You would agree?
I would agree. I'm seeing that on many different levels, Art, and again, context is so important. If we were to witness these phenomenon without context, it's just a bizarre phenomenon. It's just isolated instances. If we're to witness unprecedented solar flares or all the phenomenon, the decrease in magnetics and breakdown of the ozone, all the new diseases, everything we're talking about, they're interesting. Researchers view them as discrete, non-related events that just happen to be occurring at the same time, and that's a perspective. And
you see them all in a larger context.
Yes, there's another perspective that says, look at this time in history, and what gives us that context, Art, is the continuity of the ancient traditions that apparently were so clear of what we were about to move into now, apparently because we have done this before to varying degrees, and this ties back into our earlier conversation. They said, sure, your Earth is going to change, and you're going to see that. Your body will change, and they left us what I believe, as a scientist and a researcher, I say this in all sincerity, they left us a technology that allows us to transcend these great changes and carry forward fully enabled, fully empowered, perhaps more than we have ever been as humans in recorded human history.
All right,
and that's exciting. That's exciting.
It is exciting, it's true. One of your main, I think, proof points is you claim new patterns of human DNA triggering spontaneous healings of incurable conditions. Now, let's leave AIDS alone because we're going to end up probably arguing about soups and so forth and so on. Can we, in any way, scientifically, document per capita more spontaneous healings, whether we're talking about cancer or whatever, today than 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 years ago? I mean, I could quote you some pretty worrisome stats. For example, with regard to men in America, since the end of World War II, there is a 300% increase in non-smoking related cancer. So I'm wondering, with regard to spontaneous remission, can we in any way document an increase per capita in the last 50 or even 100 years?
Well, let me answer that in two ways. Art, I think the studies, researchers are just now seeing a reason to even carry out these studies, and that's why they're so new, 1995, 96. I believe that we've always had that capability, and the second part of your question, the answer to that, is where we're going with this. You said, well, what's the difference between, prostitutes in Africa that seem to be, HIV cases on the rise, and where we're seeing in other places, and that was where just at the top of the hour I tied back into the studies that were showing that the belief systems, which is a really nebulous area to get into, the belief systems of the individuals appear to be linked to their ability to enable these codes. And I say that it appears to be nebulous until 1995 and 96, when we began seeing studies coming out of Stanford University, the Institute of Heart Math, for example, in Northern California, Stanford University, around in that area, that we're actually viewing our bodies as biological oscillators and showing how our choice in thought, feeling, and emotion either tune or detune those oscillators in our bodies. And they even carried that into a study, 1995. It was a really interesting study that was published in the Journal of Advancement in Medicine. As the first study that I saw, and there may be others out there, 1995, is the first one that I saw that actually linked emotion with our immune system. And what they did on this study, there's an antibody.
Oh, I believe it. The mind-body connection, I think we don't need to have any disagreement about it. I mean, look, your attitude about living or conquering a cancer or whatever it is that you're facing is critical. Most regular physicians these days have come to recognize that the importance of that. There's no question about it.
But for the first time, Art, I believe we understand why that is. Because if I had a chalkboard, I could show you really, really well. So we use the chalkboard of our mind, and what I'll say is, if we envision the double helix of DNA, and along that double helix, the great mysteries have always been, number one, how do these codes, or these, if you want to think of them as little antennae, because that's essentially the role they play in our bodies, how do they know where to form along that double helix, number one? And number two, once they're formed, how do they know whether to be turned on or turned off? How do they know whether to function or not? That's been a great mystery.
And really still is. I understand, though, your theory. You're suggesting that if the mind is properly oriented, that the mind actually will begin to use portions of the DNA code that the rest of us are not using, achieving what seems to be this miracle.
This was the belief before, Art, and this is what's different. It goes beyond the mind. The mind by itself can't do it. It must be tempered with the power that we have inherent in our bodies that we call emotion. Emotion is the waveform. Emotion provides the template that determines whether those genetic triggers are turned off or on. So the people that are doing this, the difference between the prostitutes in Africa and the people somewhere else who are turning this on, it's how they perceive, how they view their belief systems, how they view life. And we now know that thought, feeling, and emotion, and maybe you've had researchers on your program who have also spoken of this, for every emotion in our bodies, we have a chemical equivalent.
Sure.
We change pH in our brain. We change ion potential across the cell walls.
Absolutely.
That's a technology. Because as we choose very specific kinds of thoughts and emotions, we're choosing the chemistry of our bodies. That is where we tie back into the ancient traditions. Because I believe in the only word they knew 1,500, 2,000, 2,500 years ago, or even older. They left us the codes, literally the equations of logic and emotion that would allow us to enable these genetic links in our bodies and successfully carry us through this time in human history, this pivotal point in human history.
Let's take another specific to talk about for a second.
All right. Well, Art, before we do that, you asked a question. I want to make sure we have completion on these.
All right.
At the top of the hour, you said, if this is happening, why aren't we seeing it in the front page news?
I did ask that, yes.
Well, a couple of things. There was, I'm going to give another example of how this works. 1995, there was a study that came out. It was published in the tech journals, and you had to really dig to find it. And I still haven't seen it in front page news, and I'm really surprised about this. It was now that we have genetic testing developed to such a sophisticated science, there was a group of researchers. They took human bone marrow. They compared it genetically to the bone marrow of Neanderthal, Australopithecus.
That's correct.
And Cro-Magnon.
Yes.
To find out, to them, in their mind anyway, once and for all, how tied we really are. Did we really descend from these earlier creatures?
I think the answer was we did not.
Well, the studies, that's precisely what the study said. There was not enough genetic evidence. There was not even a close enough match to suggest we were really even related to them. Now, why didn't that make front page news? I mean, well, maybe not front page, but I was very much aware of that story.
Linda Howe had a long report on my program.
We didn't see it in Time Magazine or Newsweek.
You're right.
And things like that. Because it was viewed as an independent, discrete, non-related study, and that's the way these things are coming out.
Okay, but non-related to modern man. Now, what I really asked you, Greg, was with respect to modern man.
Yes.
Have we actually documented genetic change?
Yes. The answer is yes. If we define ourselves genetically the way we have since we discovered the genetic code in 1953, so if we say a human, just looking at blood, if we say a human looks like these kinds of amino acids, this kind of DNA, and you took the blood from one of these people who's undergone these changes, they don't look like that anymore. It is literally, and scientists are calling this, it's a new species of human.
Can you tell me specifically at all where they have noted these changes?
Where you mean, what part of the world?
In the genetic code itself. In other words, usually scientists will talk about chromosome numbers, and they'll talk about specific genes and so forth and so on.
Well, what I can say to some degree, certainly, what I can say is in people who, in the global blood study, for example, the individuals that showed this 3,000 times resistance to the HIV virus, what they noted, the common link between all of them is they had genes that were called B27, B57, B18, B51, A32, and A25 turned on.
Yes, sir.
That are normally not enabled in regular, in the
okay, conceding that.
Control samples.
Conceding that, were they able to document that those turned on in that person's lifetime?
Yes. Yes, and
that's a giant story.
That's the key. The key is, and this was actually the quote, they say these appear to be of recent evolutionary origin within the last 5 years, Art, and that's the key, because we're used to seeing things happen with the birth of a new generation in response to...
I couldn't agree more.
Sure.
All right, let me just quickly turn for a second to one other specific.
All right.
Because I know that you've got some words to say about this, and that is the breakdown of the ozone layer and the increased ultraviolet radiation. I mean, children in Australia are now having to wear hats.
Uh-huh.
We are told that there is, I forget now, 5 to 7% drop across North America. There will be, the scientists tell us, X number of cases of glaucoma, an increase in glaucoma, skin cancer, melanoma, that sort of thing. And that would appear to be, for now at least, coming true. What do you know about all of this?
This is a really good example of what this kind of information means. When we first began finding about the ozone breakdown in Antarctica, where it was first noted,
right,
we were told that high-frequency ultraviolet light was a bad light. It was harmful.
Right.
NASA sent a team down in '95, and this was documented actually in the Lay magazines. Time magazine did a huge write-up on this. In '95, they went down to document the die-off of single-celled organisms at the base of the food chain, because they believed it would have implications all the way up the food chain into the fishing industries and things like that.
Yes, indeed.
What they discovered amazed the researchers to the point where they actually released the studies months early, because they were asking other people to look into this. They found that the single-celled organisms did not die off at all. On the contrary, they thrived in this whole high-frequency ultraviolet light, number one. Number two, they found that these frequencies that are coming to Earth through the ozone breakdown in Antarctica are the same frequencies that we generate artificially in the laboratories to cure AIDS and cancers. I think is just amazing.
What? Wait a minute. I'm not aware of any frequencies we generate in labs to cure AIDS.
Well, I'm sure you've had guests on that have talked about ultraviolet light therapies and things like that for skin conditions, cancers. It's been applied to AIDS along with other therapies. But I mean, the light therapy.
I know that they have done testing with running people's blood through ultraviolet irradiation and different things, but I'm not aware that they have declared any great success rate.
Well, as you're probably aware, Art, in this country, it's not
a recommended course of action.
Right.
And I don't want to really get into the whole thing about Reich and Reich and.
I think you can go to Switzerland and have something like that. Sure.
You go to Mexico. Go down to Mexico and have it done. These the point is, what was really interesting, and there are some people that don't do well in these lights, and there are certainly some animals that don't do well, and this is one of those instances where I don't think there's an absolute. It's how the organism responds to the light. Some people respond very well, some don't. In light of the new research, their belief systems about that light play a key role in how well they either embrace or their bodies reject that light.
So you're suggesting that if a person, for example, believes that ultraviolet radiation, or even increased amounts of ultraviolet radiation, will boost their immune system, will possibly help them escape an otherwise fatal disease of some sort, that those genetic changes that you're talking about will occur in that unused genetic material, and by God, it'll happen. That's what you're saying, right?
Art, it's more than belief, and I'm going to be really clear. I'm not suggesting that people go to the equator at high noon and lay naked on the beach.
I understand.
And I have to be really clear about that. Again, 1,700 years ago, these traditions that we knew before this time reminded us of our relationship with our world and with one another, and they left us the keys, the codes to embrace the elements of nature.
All right, Gregg Braden is my guest. He's indeed a very exciting guest, and there are going to be many comments. And you're about to get to make them because we're going to open the phone lines. Just one very quick thing. Gregg?
Yes.
I may have asked you the last time you were on the program, because I think the same thing came up. Have you yet had the opportunity to find a book called The Miracle Strain by Michael Cordy?
I have not. I'm not familiar with it.
I would like to heartily recommend it to you.
The Miracle Strain?
The Miracle Strain. It's a genetic thriller by Michael Cordy, and the basis of it is, and here's why it's fiction, all right? It's fiction. But the basis of it is that a scientist's daughter, he finds through genetic testing, is about to come down with this fatal disease. So he begins scouring the world and comes up with a computer to look, at this point they've unraveled the human genome.
Right.
And he begins to look at people who have had spontaneous remissions. And he looks at their DNA and begins to notice there is a specific difference in the DNA of people who have had spontaneous remissions. Hence the name, The Miracle Strain. And I won't go any farther with it, because if I do, it'll give away the book, and then it wouldn't be as much fun to read. But it's so right down the alley of what you're talking about.
Art, there's such a fine line between science fiction and what truly unfolds in our lives.
Oh, I know.
And what's so exciting about this for me is there have been many books and certainly workshops and lectures where people say, through channeled material or one way or another, that human DNA is changing. We've all heard that. For me, this is the first time, beginning in 1995, I've ever actually seen this evidence documented. And now, as researchers are viewing the possibilities of a variable genetic code, it's like wildfire. The research that is going on now, for example, why is it that humans don't produce vitamin C in their bodies? And 99% of other mammals, humans, apes, bats, and guinea pigs are the only mammals that do not produce vitamin C, because we're lacking an enzyme in our liver to convert the mineral ascorbates into the C. Everything is there; it's just not turned on. Now, in the open literature, women are documented, and these are pregnant women, that are producing small amounts of vitamin C. They're not multi-gram doses. The point is, if it can be done once, then that means that maybe we all can do it. And that's what the researchers are seeing. When a young child transmutes HIV, if he's done it, then maybe everyone can do it. Or if 1% of the human population are turning these codes on, maybe we all can do it. Someone has to do it once. And that, to me, that's very exciting. And within the context of this time in history, I see something very powerful happening in our life.
All right, to the phones we go, and let's see what we get. Good morning. On the first-time caller line, you are on the air with Gregg Braden.
Yeah, this is Thomas.
Thomas, you're going to have to yell at us.
Thomas from Oklahoma.
That's much better.
Hi, Thomas.
Well, first of all, Art, you're doing a great service to mankind.
Thank you.
And I want to ask a question. Do you think that the DNA, the double helix, has got patterns as well as spiritual and all life itself?
In other words, is our spiritual self also going to be discovered to be contained within the structure of our DNA?
Okay, and that's a question for me.
You bet, not me.
Okay, well, Thomas, what I believe we're seeing, our history in the last 1,700 years, I'm going to keep going back to this, 1,700 years ago, we began to separate our spiritual outlook of life from everything else in life, and prior to that time, we did not. What I believe we're seeing now is a breakdown of the boundaries between what we consider to be spiritual and non-spiritual. The answer is yes. Science is being forced to define now actually what consciousness is, because it's consciousness within the cell that's allowing these changes to come about. So in a nutshell, that's what I believe is happening. We can certainly expand on that, but I certainly see that happening. When we go back into the ancient texts, the Egyptian traditions, the Mayan traditions, Native American, or the ancient Essenes, it's their spiritual understanding of honoring life within our bodies and honoring our relationship with the earth that brings about these changes.
All right.
I believe that's where we're all moving right now.
Of facts. Art, your guest suggests that our DNA can possibly reconfigure itself.
Precisely.
Will this only benefit the next generation of humans, or will this be of any benefit to us in our lifetime? Can we, in effect, stimulate the DNA to produce a resistance to, for example, biological weapons, or even the common cold?
Art, this is the key. There's actually an article in the San Jose Mercury News of a 12-year-old boy, and this is the researcher's own words, that reprogrammed his own DNA to change his broken DNA that was giving him a rare blood disorder they didn't know what to do with. He changed that, and they said he reprogrammed it on the fly from within. It's like an operating system on a computer repairing its own application programs. I believe the answer is yes, and this is why when I heard Dateline Wednesday night, and they were talking about all of these chemical and biological possibilities and how we could never inoculate ourselves against each one of them individually. And what I believe, I don't think this is an excuse, and I'm certainly not justifying what's happening. I believe we have the capability within us to turn these codes on and render that kind of warfare, render it useless. Because whatever is happening in our world out there, we have to reconcile it within our bodies in here. That's what the ancient traditions were so focused on, a code of conduct. They called it compassion. And it's interesting how compassion now is being viewed as a vibratory technology that allows us to program the chemicals in our bodies to give us life.
Okay.
And that's exciting for me.
All right. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Gregg Braden. Good morning.
Good morning, Art. I wanted to tell Greg I did have spontaneous healing with an ovarian tumor, but before I say that, I would like to concur with you about the reaction of that 20% of people if, for instance, the Hall of Records was opened up and all of this knowledge came forth. My husband and I became involved 25 years ago with a Christian group because my husband's family has 8 pastors in it, and we got into it. And I want you to know that one of the first things they did when they came into our home, our pastor, he took books and burned them in our fireplace. He took art sculptures, Eskimo, beautiful art sculptures that my husband had collected. We had to throw them away because they were satanic.
What religion was this?
Christianity.
Fundamentalist. A fundamentalist Christian, all right.
And the point, I think, that you have not gotten across to Hoagland and the rest is that it is not so much the creation part of it, but it is the fact of Jesus coming to earth and being the only salvation. You know, that when that part of it comes in, and anything that you attempt to read, if you're seeking truth, which we were, that doesn't run in that vein. And I mean, book burning, what a terrible thing. And when I look back on it and think that we allowed them to do this, it scares me to death, because my husband and I are voracious readers, and then we're listening to your program, so obviously, you know where we are in our heads. But yes.
Who are we speaking to? What's your name?
My whole name, my last
name? No, just give us your first name.
Nancy.
Nancy?
Yes.
Nancy, what I'd like to say, I've had people speak to me about the same thing, and first of all, I'll say that I would never choose to convince or persuade anyone of anything, because that's not what this is all about. We're simply offering possibilities, and when we go back into those original texts, pre-1700 years ago, they're very much aligned with everything that we're saying now. It's only after the distortions of 1700 years ago and then later in the 15th century.
You know, Greg, I don't think that either Nancy nor myself are arguing with you with regard to your belief in an ancient civilization, or for that matter, a lot of the rest of the stuff that you've said. What we're saying is that we believe that a good 20% or less or more, whatever you want to assign percentage-wise, of people would not be able to begin to accept it, would regard this as from the devil.
Absolutely.
And there would be violence on a scale that you can't imagine at this time.
You know where I see that changing, Art, is for people...
Wait a sec.
Sure.
Is that correct, Nancy? Is that what you believe as well?
Yes, and I can tell you, Greg, it is not changing, and we were not in a small little cult group. This is a group that is nationwide, that has television. You know, it's a out front Christian group, and it is frightening, because they even went to the point of teaching the women how to fire gardens, just as protection for the day when the government tries to come in and tell us that we can't be Christians and put that mark on our head. I mean, it's frightening, and thank God.
It can be. And Nancy, where I see that changing, and I have people from many beliefs and many walks of life that come to our programs, and they've said similar things to me. And what I invite them to do is to hang on to those old belief systems, because they've served them up to this point. And at the point that those belief systems no longer serve them, they've got something to fall back on. And here's what's happening. Those people often are presented with something in their lives that their belief system doesn't account for. And that's the pivotal point that will allow them to embrace something new. That's your opportunity to love, support, and compassionately allow another belief system to unfold and go through its own evolutionary process, because we all learn different ways at different rates. That's the beauty of the way that we're living our lives now.
Yeah, but the clever thing that they do on Sundays is that they take the very things that you discuss and they attribute it to Satan's big deception, and that for every wonderful miracle, Satan has a counterfeit. You have no idea.
I do have an idea, and I'll tell you a secret. Prior to 1700 years ago, Satan didn't exist in the way that it's seen today, and I'll keep going back to that. If they really want to see what's happening, go back to the original text.
Oh, Greg, neither one of us are in dispute with that.
Yeah.
You don't want to see it, though, Greg, because they make you, they will not allow you to open books. I said to my brother-in-law, who's a pastor, not a year ago, that I had just seen a wonderful program on the Dalai Lama, and his instant remark was, "There's a man that's going straight to hell," and I was horrified. Now, how do you deal with that mindset? Because they will not read any books about Tibetan Buddhists. They won't read about Native Americans. They think are all Satanists.
Yeah.
Well, what do you do with that?
Why would you want to change their minds?
I wouldn't change them. I wouldn't even attempt it. But what I'm saying to you is that nothing that you could come up with, or Hoagland about the Mars, nothing is going to change their minds.
I'd never try to.
Okay. Nancy, thank you very much, Nancy. What she's trying to get through to you, and I guess I am too, is that while I believe that you are correct, Nancy is also correct, and so am I when I say there is this percentage, and we can argue about the percentage. I just told you about my male, my pigs are male, that could not accept this information right now, and it's a race, Greg. It's a race to humanity opening its mind up a little bit and beginning to look at some different things, and if we win the race, then we win. But if, for example, the disclosure was made right now, we would not be left with an operating system.
Oh, Art, I'm not arguing with what you're saying. I'm saying I agree that it's probably a minority, and I believe that there is a principle that we're living called collective resonance, the 100th monkey principle. When the belief systems that have served those people no longer serve them, and it's happening right now, they look for something else. Until that time, you're not going to convince or persuade anyone of anything that they don't want to see, and it's a relatively small number of people that we're talking about.
Well,
I believe, I don't think that we'd collapse into anarchy, and I just don't think it would happen that way.
You don't?
I really don't, and maybe, Art, it's not the same world that we lived in 5 years ago or 10 years ago. Maybe we weren't ready for it then.
Maybe we're not now.
If it's ever going to happen, I think now is the time because of the context within which the whole thing is unfolding. And I really believe it's how it's done, Art. If it's done responsibly, non-threateningly, and I think there's a way to... If we can put people on the moon and send probes to the edge of the solar system, we sure can work together to come to new understandings of our history. I firmly believe that.
All right. Greg, west of the Rockies, you're on the air with Gregg Braden. Hi.
Good morning, Greg. Hi,
Good
Art.
morning.
Hi.
I'm sorry, I have to agree with Art. I just don't think we're ready for this. I've been listening to Art Bell for 4 years now, and I've been conditioned to just about anything you can think of, you can dish out.
I dish out a lot.
Yeah, exactly, and I don't think I can take it.
Which part?
UFOs, aliens, whatever you want to talk about.
What about, let's leave all that behind. Let's for a second eliminate that. Let's just say that the news is that we are not by any means the first civilization to inhabit Earth, that there have been others, that they have been so far in advance technologically of ours presently that they went to Mars and came back. And they're gone. History. And we're here now. Could you handle that?
I don't know. I really don't know. I think it would bother me considerably.
And what is your name, sir?
My name's George.
George, perhaps the reason that it would be hard to embrace that is the very reason we're having this interview tonight. And think about the context of this interview. I'm offering the possibility that in our relatively recent history, we forgot a very powerful inner technology that empowers us beyond the fear of what we've always known in our lives. So we've forgotten that. Without that, here we are looking at rearranging our entire history and embracing the possibility of life from somewhere else. We haven't remembered this internal technology that allows us to feel safe in that knowledge. And that's why when I've had this conversation with John West or Graham Hancock or Robert Bouval, I said, if we go marching into a chamber underneath the Sphinx, and that information was based on a technology that we haven't even remembered yet in our lives, what is that chamber going to mean to us? And I think that's what we're saying right now. Until we can find wholeness in our memory of our history, maybe these other things don't make sense to us, and it's all coming to a fruition. It's all coming to a head right now in one generation.
Well, I have to admit, I'd love to find out what's in those chambers.
I would too, and would it make sense? Again,
the ancients and the indigenous traditions say that we're living a path, right? I was going to get into this earlier. We're living a path right now where we build machines outside of our bodies that mirror what we are inside of our bodies. We build machines based on capacitance and resistance to remember that within our bodies. And they call that the first path. The second path is where we stop building the machines outside of our bodies because we don't need them anymore. We don't need them to the same extent because we've developed that from within. If we're talking about a face on Mars or a civilization under Antarctic ice or the chambers under the Sphinx, and they were developed following this second path, they'd already remembered that, would we even recognize it?
All right.
We even recognize that if we walked in there right now, and that's what I believe this conversation is all about tonight.
All right, Greg. Do you think it more likely, and I know what your answer is going to be, do you think it more likely that we will save our own butts by modifying our own genetic structure in the manner that you have described, or with the Earth changes that are coming that we agree on, or do you think it more likely that science will pull our butts out of the fire by learning, by finally mapping the entire human genome and vectoring viruses for genetic change?
I think what I see happening, Art, is that the separation between the two is narrowing, and they're coming together to work together. And if we continue a path of external technology, that's where the demise comes from. If we continue to build machines outside of our bodies, we continue to engineer ourselves without really understanding and realizing the implications. That's where you run into that statistical...
Well, we sure are running down that road full speed.
We are, and there's something else that's happening on the flip side.
Hold that. On the flip side of the news, we'll talk about it. Stay right there. This is Coast to Coast AM.
Kingdom of Nye, across the country, around the world, and throughout the universe. This is Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell on the CBC Radio Network.
All right, a listener has sent a very interesting fax. Greg, are you there?
I'm here, Art. And before we take that, can we give our numbers again? For
you certainly may. First of all, folks, he's got a free newsletter. Have you tried the number lately, Greg?
Our phone number?
Yeah.
I have.
I bet it's busy.
Well, I haven't tried it since we've been on the phone, no. They've got extra operators and rollover lines.
Yeah, they're going to need them. All right. Anyway, the free newsletter is 1-800-637-5222. 1-800-637-5222. Now, there are two books that I know of. They would be Awakening to Zero Point and Walking Between the Worlds. And there are videotapes as well. I don't know about those. Tell me.
The most recent, Walking Between the Worlds, was actually just released January 1st. It's a 4-hour, 2-video cassette set. It's portions of it are airing on PBS stations throughout the country and local stations as well, and very, very well done.
So, in other words, if I understand correctly, these are both books, but the second is also videotape as well.
Videotape as well.
Gotcha.
And very well done videotape. It was just released in January of this year, and those are available at 1-800-243-1438. And Walking Between the Worlds is a book that really encompasses a lot of what we've talked about this last hour. And if people are really interested in this kind of work, I'm also doing a 3-day program in Denver, Colorado, March 12th through the 15th.
Okay.
And they can find out about that through the newsletter number, 800-637-5222.
Okay. You ready for a question?
I am ready for a question. Actually, you asked me a question before the top of the hour, and I'd like to have completion on these.
I'm always doing that.
As we go on, you asked me if I believe science would be the ones to save us. And Art, what I have to say is I believe we're birthing a new science right now. Our present science is incomplete.
Okay, but what my question was, the spirit of my question was, we are now mapping the human genome.
Yes.
We will be done, they now estimate, around 2002.
Okay.
The step after that is manipulation of the human genome. So my question was specifically, do you think that we will change ourselves with science and manipulation of the human genome, and that'll pull our fat out of the fire? Or do you think it's more likely we will change our human genome through emotion and spiritualism in the manner that you have been?
I think both are happening. What science is determining is by them engineering it externally, they're figuring out what it takes to make those changes, and in doing that, they're making that connection with what we now call spirit and emotion. So they're, by going about it mechanically, they're figuring out the role that emotion and waveform play in our bodies. I think we may beat them to it. I think we may have to, just because of some of the challenges that are happening in our world right now, and how rapidly the new amino acids are showing up every month, according to the cytokine bulletins. So how rapidly those things are changing in our bodies.
Okay. Are you now ready for a question?
I'm ready.
All right, here it is. Do you believe that a being, the Son of God, Jesus Christ, walked upon the earth as described?
What I believe is that several times in recorded human history, reference beings have walked among us, demonstrating the code of conduct that we may exhibit in life to turn on all these codes in our bodies.
Carefully crafted answer.
And I believe that in our recent memory 2,000 years ago, that man was one of the most recent that showed us the great possibilities of what it truly means to be human.
Indeed so, and you referred earlier to Jesus Christ as a reference being, and that is exactly why I asked that question. Now, part two.
Oh, part two.
That's right. Perhaps you could shed some light on this. The Bible is replete with stories of Christ producing immediate miracle cures. If the Shroud of Turin could contain DNA from Jesus, what would you think that DNA would reveal as compared to modern man's DNA?
Art, there's a whole conversation I didn't even know we'd get into tonight. It's part of my research. It's
I like surprising people.
It's part of the program we do. I'll be doing this in Denver, Colorado. I was recently gifted a subset of the 30,000 slides that were taken during a 5-year research project that began in 1978 from Los Alamos National Labs, Sandia National Labs, multidisciplinary task force examining the Shroud of Turin. We all heard about the study that was done in 1988, 10 years later, that said the whole thing was a hoax. We didn't hear much about the 5-year study that was done with aerospace technology. One of the things they discovered was that the blood on the shroud is actually blood. The 88 study said that it was pigment and ochre. It is actually blood. The blood is human blood. Of course, we can't say exactly whose it was. The blood has been typed. They found hemoglobins. They found biopigments. They found blood proteins. And I do not know whether or not that DNA, where that DNA analysis is right now. I would expect they would find amino acids in that blood that we're either just now seeing or have never seen before in our current blood studies, because we're just now learning how to turn the codes on to produce that kind of DNA. And there's a
very straightforward answer.
Well, I just laid out a vast array of possibilities, and I'll tell you the images. Over 30,000 were taken in a 5-year study, and I've got 65 of those with me now, and they are pretty awesome and open up a vast array of possibilities. And what I'd like to say, Art, is I believe that this transcends. This isn't about religion. It transcends religion, science, miracles, and carries it all to a greater height of human possibility and what we have, this mystery that lives within us.
All right, back to the phones we go. Wildcard line, you're on the air with Gregg Braden. Hi.
Hi, Art. This is Dan in Virginia. Hi, Greg.
Hi, Dan. How are you doing?
Great. I've just read part of the new book that's come out by a local researcher. Her name is Candace B. Pert.
Okay, I'm not familiar with that book.
You are familiar with it?
I am not. What is the title?
Molecules of Emotion.
I've heard of it. I have not read it personally.
Well, I highly recommend it because she's made the connection between, she's been able to measure the changes in the molecules through emotion. And she's a researcher at Georgetown University, Department of Physiology and Biophysics. And she's on Bill Moyer's PBS program, Healing in the Mind.
Sure.
And also a book that he's written.
I believe she may be referencing some work by a woman named Valerie Hunt, who was one of the pioneers in this field. And again, this is modern science coming about it through the back door.
Exactly.
They're finding the relationship between thought, feeling, emotion, and they make that distinction, and DNA. And the ancient tradition said, as you embrace these kinds of thoughts, feelings, and emotions, this is what happens in your body. And now we're living this time in history where our bodies have to change. We're challenging our bodies with this tremendous global change, and we're responding to that. We're surviving by adapting and turning on these dormant codes to become our fullest potential. So I'm not surprised that book has been recommended to me, and in my copious spare time, one of these days, I'd love to sit down and read it.
All right, Dan.
Two other points, real quick. I think essentially what the fundamental baseline is, where this is going, is two. If you raise if you raise the vibration, the body, you raise it above the vibrational pattern of the illnesses or the diseases, and they can't bother you. And secondly, what this all is about is empowering the human being to realize that he has the potential to do these kind of things.
All right, Dan. Thank you. And you would, I take it, certainly agree with that?
I would. All right, certainly.
All right. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Gregg Braden. Hi.
Good morning, Greg. Hi, Art. How you doing?
Just fine.
Good morning. This is Dan from Moline, Illinois.
Yes, sir.
I've got a question for you, or maybe just a comment, and then I've got another question. But, excuse me, I've been able to, I'm a private pilot, and I usually have a good time with the flight physicals.
Right.
I go in and they put you on a treadmill, and then you once you get off the treadmill, they check your heart rate. Well, I can take my heart rate and I can think about it and cause it to drop, drastically drop.
Mm-hmm.
And one time I did it, and they wanted to take me to the to give me an EKG because they thought this is impossible. You can't do this.
Sure.
And I find that's by centering myself and concentrating. When I was overseas and getting shot at, your heart's beating so fast that you can't hear anything. So if you calm yourself down and slow your heart rate down, you can begin to hear again.
To calm yourself down, Dan, and you may be aware of this or maybe you're not, to do that you're having a very specific quality of thought, feeling, and emotion, whatever that means to you, producing the chemistry in your body that allows what researchers call HRV, heart rate variability, and also the electrical impulses in the heart change. And all that's done simply through merging the waveforms of thought, feeling, and emotion, and that's the technology, the inner technology that we're talking about.
I can do it anytime.
I believe you can do it. As I said, there was quite a discussion not long ago on a major news show about yogis who are able to do this. They can go beyond that. They can cause their heart to begin to fibrate or actually stop, even stop for a period of time. So if they can do that, then I believe that people can control bodily functions. I'm not certain that this automatically extends to control of DNA.
The DNA, right.
Turning on DNA, but I'm certainly willing to consider it. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Gregg Braden. Hi.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. This is Heather in Vancouver, BC, Canada.
Hi, Heather.
Hi. Thank you, Art, for the gift of your show.
You bet.
Good morning, Greg. Thank you.
Good morning, Heather.
Good morning. Thank you. I've got a question, and quickly, I've been getting that the New Age is definitely a New Age, not a renewal age. In the past, spiritual, mental, emotional, and physical have been at best integrated, but in this New Age, sort of a new state is happening. For lack of a better word, we can call it love or compassion, but it's neither physical nor mental nor spiritual or emotional. It's a new state of being.
All those combined?
Combined. And obviously this DNA, this conscious evolution that you're speaking of, which is the words that keep coming to my mind while I'm listening to you.
Barbara Marx Hubbard coined that word, conscious evolution, back in the late 80s.
I was in one of her resonating core groups back in the late 80s when I was 18.
Yeah, that's where that comes from.
Yeah, okay, that's why it's coming back up again. Anyway, you mentioned 4 technologies. Could you mention the other 3?
Certainly. The 1,700 years ago, and again, I'm tying back into that for listeners that weren't with us earlier.
Thanks.
And these key elements were taken out of our traditions. One of those elements was the understanding of the uniqueness of this time in history. History points to now as being very unique, and everyone seems to know that except us in the Western world. The second one is the relationship between us and our world, that we have direct access to our world through a highly sophisticated vibratory technology that we call thought, feeling, and emotion based in prayer, which is very different than the prayer that's taught today. Number 3, the relationship between how we view ourselves and the forces of this world, if we see them as good or bad, light and dark, and we just barely touched on that a little earlier. And number 4 is a very ancient science of thought, feeling, and emotion that we call compassion. And it's interesting that compassion is receiving so much focus within these last months, because it is a quality of thought, feeling, and emotion that triggers these codes in our bodies. So, Art, we were talking, we had some callers earlier, Nancy, that called earlier, for example, and said, what about people that don't want to accept this in their lives? We can go back to these models of thought, feeling, and emotion, and if they're angry about these new ideas, then we all know what that anger is doing to their immune system, what it's doing to cellular functions. It's been very well documented. And that's a choice they're making in their lives until it no longer works, and then they'll fall back on something else. And we simply are asked to support our loved ones, as they make those choices in life.
Sorry?
He finished as they make those choices in life, he said.
I wanted to thank you for doing so much to remove a lot of the fear that's going on out there, and putting people back into control of.
Thank you for recognizing that, and I appreciate that.
All right. Let's see. First time caller line. You're on the air with Gregg Braden. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Bell and Mr. Braden.
Where are you, sir?
I'm in. My name is Mark, and I'm in Springfield, Illinois.
Okay,
Good morning, Mark.
I think you're talking about some ancient civilizations here.
Sure.
I'm nervous. I'm sorry. I read a few years ago in a book on strange and unusual subjects about a metal column, or like a column. It was made out of some type of metallic alloy in a jungle somewhere.
It's in India.
In India?
And a researcher friend of mine, his name is David Hatcher Childress.
Okay.
I met with him up in Boulder, Colorado, along with Hancock and Buval and John West and those people. And David Hatcher Childress, has written extensively about that column.
Cool. That was like 15 years ago that I read that.
Sure, it's a metal we've never seen in this world before. It doesn't rust. It doesn't deteriorate. It's based in an alloy that doesn't seem to be anything from the technology that we have today.
Now, that is astounding.
Well, it's one of, Art, we call them anomalies when we compare them, and this is another show we could do. There's a whole thing on this. When we compare them with what we have today, they're only anomalous through the view of the paradigm we have today, and through these ancient traditions. Not only are they not anomalous, you would expect to see these kinds of things. You would expect to see the miracles in people's bodies. You would expect to see this kind of technology because it was based on honoring the relationship between us and the elements of our world, and that affords a much fuller science, a much fuller technology.
Well, I've heard a good 10 shows born that could be birthed from the one we've done this morning. Stay right there, Greg. We're at the bottom of the hour, and we'll be right back. Gregg Braden is my guest. I'm Art Bell, and this, of course, is Coast to Coast AM. All right, back now to Gregg Braden, and I think you will agree with this, Greg. Sent to me by Mike in Ohio. There is a principle which is a bar against all information, which is proof against all arguments, and which cannot fail to keep a man in everlasting ignorance. That principle is contempt prior to investigation.
Oh, that's very interesting. You know what we're doing here, Art? Again, from my perspective, I never choose to convince or persuade anyone of anything. We lay out possibilities and opportunities so that we can have all the information and make our own choices. And that's why it's such a joy to be on your show. And I'll take this opportunity to thank you for being such a gracious host and allowing this forum for just these kinds of discussions.
Well, you're fun to interview.
Well, thank you.
All right, first time caller line. You're on the air with Gregg Braden. Hi.
Yes, hello, Art. It's so refreshing to hear a guest such as tonight who is so positive about the future and spare me from the Danes of the world who can only spread fear and that emotion does to our.
Well, I'm kind of against attacking people who are not here to defend themselves.
Well, I definitely agree with everything your guest is saying today.
That's positive.
And certainly it's been shown in the laboratory by many writers like Deepak Chopra talks about emotions release a substance called neuropeptides throughout our body, and they can either strengthen or weaken our immune system. The positive emotions like love, compassion, send positive neuropeptides to our immune system.
Oh, I don't think anybody would disagree with that. The bigger question, though, is whether we can actually modify our gene structure through those sort of mental and emotional actions.
Well, it's good news to hear if that is the case.
Indeed, it is good news to hear.
Well, thank you for your call tonight. What I'd just like to reiterate again, there's so many researchers, and I work with them every week, who are out there looking at the same things that you and I are looking at. They're seeing the changes in the Earth, and they're believing the changes are simply happening to us. And all we're laying out here is the possibility that maybe we've got something to say about how we respond to those changes. They may be catapulting us into greater potentials of human expression. And we're not minimizing the changes. We're certainly witnessing and measuring them right now. But the key is now we understand we have a choice as to how we respond, at least in some of the studies and
This is an encore presentation of Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell from the Kingdom of Nye.
What do you consider the odds, Greg, that on our present course, with change occurring and Earth change occurring at the rate it's occurring,
right,
that we will change in time?
Art, if you'd asked me that 15 years ago, I would have said it's a race. And what I see right now is it's already happening. These changes they're already occurring. We're measuring them real time. The first book, Awakening Zero Point, we talk about this time the ancients called the shift of the ages that everyone's been waiting for. From my perspective, the shift of the ages has already begun. We're living this time, the shift of the ages, and I think the odds are very good. I have this tremendous faith in the potential of our collective wisdom And that's what I'm seeing. Or sure, we're going to have little isolated pockets of individuals who cling to obsolete belief systems because they still work for them. And I certainly honor that. Everyone has the right to cling to whatever belief system until it no longer serves them.
Yes, although you are suggesting that if enough people cling to that obsolete belief system, as you call it, that we are doomed.
If that were the case, Art, and what I see is an overwhelming support. I have the opportunity to travel globally, and I can go to a little village in the Andes Mountains. We were just in Egypt in January. We'll be in Tibet in April, and back in Peru and Bolivia. And I can speak to people who know nothing about the face on Mars, who don't know anything about the shift of the ages, and they say something's changed in their village, something's changed in their family, something's changed in the way they feel about life. And to me, that's exciting and that's positive. I believe that we're making the shift right now. And at evenings like this, people will listen to this and they won't agree with what's being heard. And that's great, because what happens is they say, I don't agree with this. I think this is happening. And that sets them on a course of discussion and opening to the realm of possibilities. And then you and I have done our jobs really well together.
In my case, as I have listened to you, Greg, I cannot embrace all that you say is so, but on the other hand, I absolutely don't reject it as a definite possibility.
You know what I think will happen, Art? It'll be kind of like when I was looking for Jeep Cherokees years ago. I went and looked at them a lot, and I started seeing them everywhere. Yep. Now that I've laid out these possibilities, I think you'll have guests on your show, and you'll say, well, you know, Gregg Braden just said something about that the other night, and because now all of us, we have a new context, and within that context, you'll hear information that some of it may support it, some may not, and I think you'll hear more and more where you'll find room for this kind of thinking and these kinds of possibilities in the paradigm that you entertain in your life. And we're all, I'll just emphasize this, we're all learning. This is new for all of us, and we're always getting updated information. Okay,
here's a whopper for you, Greg.
All right.
You believe there was at least one and possibly many civilizations that may have exceeded us technologically in the past?
Certainly, yes.
What do you think happened to them?
Well, let me back up. When you say exceeded us, and we just barely touched on this earlier.
Yes.
Ancient traditions suggest that we have embarked upon a path they call the first path, where we forgot who we were, we forgot our relationship to our world, and we build external technology to remind us of that. So we have a very complex structure in our society. I believe that at least one of these technologies that predates us chose the second path that looked much less complex. They didn't have to have all the external machinery that we do right now, and allowed them.
The question is, why aren't they still here?
Well, what I believe in the most recent case, I believe what happened was that there was a factor no one accounted for, a cataclysmic factor that wasn't accounted for, and that we are witnessing the remnants of them when we see Egypt and when we see pre-Incan technology surpassing anything we've ever seen anywhere else. We're seeing those remnants. One of the reasons I'm going to Tibet is because I believe they're living those traditions real time in some pretty out-of-the-way monasteries, and I'd like to witness that and then bring that back to the Western world through my work, rather than just talking about text or temple walls. How are they living these traditions today? And I think they're direct descendants from...
Well, that's a worthwhile investigation and another show to do. Wildcard Line, you're on the air with Gregg Braden. Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi, this is Denise in California.
Yes.
Good morning, Denise.
Good morning, Greg. Art, I love your show.
Thank you.
And you've got the best guests. I had a comment and then a question for Greg. I usually get your show kind of late, and I listen on KSFO in San Francisco.
Right.
And they usually used to replay the first 3 hours after 3 a.m.
Right, they're just carrying the full live show now.
Yeah, right. And so I would just encourage the listeners in KSFO hearing to contact the station and see if we can get that changed and get you back on from 3 to 6.
You're always welcome to allow or to encourage people to contact their local stations and encourage them to do as you as a customer would like.
Okay. Now, my question for Greg is, it's concerning, I have a relative who's in a coma, so I've been reading tons of stuff on the brain in the last 4 months.
Sure.
And the one connection that I've read a lot about is the connection of emotion in the hippocampus.
Yes.
And so I'd like you to make a comment on that. And then my other question is, do you believe it will be possible, if it's not now, in the near future, to regenerate neurons that will be functional?
Well, you've asked a couple of questions. The answer to the second question, I believe, is yes, and I see evidence of that happening now. First question, I'm going to back up and make a general statement in the interest of time, and what I'll say is that for every thought, feeling, and emotion, and again, there's a technology here, every thought, feeling, and emotion that we choose to have in our bodies, there's a chemical constituent to that. So whether you're talking pituitary, or thymus, or hypothalamus, whatever it is that we're talking about, what we're finding is that they're not randomly regulated. It's kind of like we come into this world on autopilot until we figure out the quality of thought, feeling, and emotion, and then we take ourselves off of autopilot and we create those chemical reactions in our bodies. That's the technology. So in terms of someone who's in a coma without knowing more about what induced the coma and the condition of the person, I'm really reluctant to speak to that specifically.
All right, let us leave that for a second.
Okay.
She spoke of neurons.
Right.
What about arms and legs?
In terms of regeneration?
Uh-huh.
I've never seen arms and legs regenerated. What I've seen documented in the open literature art are internal organs.
The reason that I ask this is because if we can actually modify our genetic structure,
right,
that should be possible.
I believe 100%. I've never seen it documented in the West. I've seen it suggested in the East, and in the West what I have seen are internal organs that are supposed to be removed that essentially grow back again, and in light of the etheric template or the vibratory template that remains, I would expect to see that. We don't expect to see it, so maybe that's why we don't see it that much in the West.
You must admit that at best that's anecdotal, and that if it's possible for internal organs to be regrown or regenerated, it should be possible for external ones to be regenerated as well.
I do believe that that's possible, Art. I believe it probably happens, and it's not well documented, and I have to say I've never seen it well documented in New England Journal of Medicine or the AMA.
All right, good enough. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Gregg Braden. Hello.
Good morning, Art. This is Ken in Thunder Bay calling.
Thunder Bay,
Ontario.
All right.
Good morning. Good morning, Greg. I'm listening to you on 1110 KFAB out of Omaha.
Yes, sir.
You more or less touched on my question with your last one, but has there been any studies showing, I'm very nervous, aid in helping a physical injury? You're talking a lot about diseases and viruses and whatnot, but like physical injuries, cuts?
Certainly.
We literally just covered that. Now, physical injury, I suppose to a lesser degree than we just had a discussion about. Yes, healing, I think he was talking about healing, right?
The answer is yes. I've seen it myself with my own eyes, so I can speak from direct experience. And I've also, in the open literature, well-documented cases of healing bone very quickly. And Art, again, and I'll just invite the listeners to bear in mind, in these 4 hours, we're just barely touching the surface of information that has vast implications. What I've actually witnessed, Art, is on a TV monitor in front of me, Japanese physicians using traditional Japanese healing techniques that we're talking about right now, and watching in real time, in less than 3 minutes, a bladder cancer disappear. And
wow.
And it's right there on the video. I've seen it. They are working with the woman who has the bladder cancer to help her through this, and they're doing it without the aid of any ultrasound or anything like that. They're
They're simply doing it through what today some people would call hands-on. It's a magnetic therapy, magnetism running through their bodies.
Did they have her in a CAT scan or something to be able to see this occur?
They actually had her. It was on a sonogram. Sonogram happening real time. They had the tumor on one half the screen. On the right hand of the screen, they had the real-time tumor so that you could compare the two. And once the process began, within 3 minutes, the entire, I mean, it was just amazing. The entire
My God,
tumor.
that's astounding. Is that on your videotape?
It's not on mine that I have out now. We're working to get permission to incorporate it into, at least into the workshops and possibly into the videos.
I can see why.
And what they were doing, they were using emotion and the magnetics of the emotion in the body, which is an area we didn't even get into. It's a technology that we call healing, and now we're just understanding what healing really means to us.
Wow. All right. I hope you get it. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Gregg Braden, and not a lot of time. Hello.
Hi, this is Rick in Seattle. How you doing, Art? Hi, Greg.
Good morning, Rick.
Good morning.
Yeah, great show. And like the one caller said, I really like the kind of positive way you're looking at things and helping to educate us, both of you gentlemen.
Thank you.
Yeah, one thing that I was thinking of earlier, and you made the point that I was going to make, Greg, when you're talking about just the fact that people are becoming more aware, it's going to slowly chip away these paradigms. And like you said, Art, that 20% of those letters you get?
Yes.
Well, just the fact they're writing a letter means that at a certain level they're aware, they're being exposed to it, so there's hope for change. And the two questions I have are basically, one for you, Greg, and that would be, we're talking a lot about kind of raising the spiritual awareness and the vibratory level, through teachings and writings, perhaps some of them that we've lost. What about the external possibility that we're going to a different area of space where the vibratory level of space itself is different and might change us?
I think the vibratory level of the Earth, actually the Schumann resonance, you believe is going up, moving up, don't you, Greg?
Well, we didn't get into that tonight. There's a lot of controversy. It's Earth vibration, which now is being measured as something different
than
Schumann out of the atmosphere.
All right, we're not going to have time to get into this. We've got material here for a good dozen shows, at least.
I'd like, just in response to that, what I'd like to say, and again, Rick is your name?
He's already off, because
okay,
we're out of time.
What the ancient traditions say to us, Art, is that as we simply honor one another in life, honor our relationship to the world, to our Earth, we've already addressed that spiritual aspect. We've already shifted bodily frequencies, and wherever Earth is taking us and whatever is happening is already accounted for simply by living life in the presence of one another and honoring one another in life. And that's a whole technology unto itself.
All right, Greg. Now, to get a free copy of Greg's newsletter, you can call 1-800-637-5222. To get either one of his books or the available videotapes, you can call 1-800-243-1438. And, Greg, it has been an absolute pleasure having you on the program.
Well, thank you, Art. I just appreciate your gracious hospitality and your joy to bat these ideas around with. So it's been a lot of fun.
All right, my friend. Take care. Until next time.
You take good care.
All right. That's Gregg Braden, folks. That's it. We are woefully out of time. I would like to say that if you would like a copy of this program, and I am getting multiple gazillions of requests for it, it is a 4-hour program, and you may get it by calling beginning now 1-800-917-4278. Let me give that number again. Please write it down. 1-800-917-4278. We'll be back with Dreamland on Sunday. And then, of course, Monday night, Tuesday morning, we are going to be discussing a very timely thing, the Titanic. Have you seen that motion picture yet? It deserves everything it's going to get. What an incredible, incredible story the Titanic is. That's what we're going to be talking about either Monday night or Tuesday morning, dependent on your time zone. For now, from the high desert, in all the Americas, and across this great globe, good night.